الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله نبينا وسيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil al-Ma'ashini and United Media Services, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you to the 14th edition of OER's Business Summit. Today's summit will explore the roadmap to achieving the Sultanate's medium to long-term economic and HR goals in line with His Majesty Sultan Haytham bin Tariq's vision. We would like to express our gratitude to our chief guest, His Excellency Badr bin Salim bin Marhoon al-Ma'mari, Secretary General, Oman Tender Board, for his gracious presence at today's summit. We would also like to extend a warm welcome to our guest of honor, His Highness Sayyid Dr. Adham bin Turki Al Saeed, Assistant Professor for Economics at Sultan Qaboos University and the founding partner of the firm for Business and Economic Consulting, and His Excellency Pankaj Kanaksi Khimji, Advisor Foreign Trade and International Cooperation, Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion. Thank you, our esteemed guests. OER's Business Summit 2023 would not have been possible without the unflinching support of our partners, and on behalf of Oman Economic Review, I'd like to express our appreciation and thanks to them. The endorsing partner for today's summit, Oman Banks Association and the ITHCA Group. A big round of applause, please. Our banking partners, Bank Dhufar, our associate partner, Dhufar Insurance, Infoline, Al-Izz Islamic Bank, Al-Ahliya, Minara for Arij Vegetable Oils and Derivatives, Tamam Indisil Ferrochrome, and Muscat Eye Laser Center. Official automotive partner, Changan Auto, our knowledge partner, RABHR and Simplify, our Arabic media partner, Alam Al-Iqtisad, and our online media partner, OER Live. And a big thank you to all our partners. Can we please have a huge round of applause for them? So over the last 13 years, OER has hosted several economic debates and business forums on issues of national importance by bringing together policymakers and various stakeholders to exchange viewpoints on the state of Oman's economy. The topic of today's summit is business resilience in a fragile global economy. The HR segment will focus on a year of redefining work, workforce, and everything in between. Updates from today's summit will be posted on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. The hashtag of the summit is hashtag OERBS2023. We encourage you to follow, comment, post, and tweet on proceedings using the hashtag. And it's my pleasure now to invite Mr. Atulya Sharma, Chief Executive Officer of United Media Services, on stage to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil al-Ma'ashini, I would like to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the OER Business Summit 2023. We are grateful to His Excellency Badr Salim Al-Mamri, Secretary General, Oman Tender Board, for gracing today's event. Thank you, Your Excellency. We would also like to convey our gratitude to His Highness Al-Said Dr. Adham bin Turki Al-Said, co-founder, the firm for Business and Economic Consultancy, and His Excellency Pankaj Kanaksi Khimji, Advisor, Foreign Trade and International Cooperation, Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion. Thanks, Your Excellencies, for joining us today. When we started OER Business Summit 14 years ago, in 2009, the idea was to chart a success roadmap for the Oman economy. The world has since witnessed a subprime mortgage-led economic crisis, the meltdown and subsequent huge swings in hydrocarbon prices, the COVID-19 pandemic, an ongoing war in Europe, a cost of living crisis across large parts of the globe, and fears of an impending recession. What has remained unchanged, though, through these tumultuous times has been a belief in the potential and promise of Oman's future. Having weathered the fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic and various economic challenges, Oman's GDP grew by 4.3% in 2022, and that is really commendable. Moreover, fiscal prudence and improving the ease of doing business has positioned Oman strongly for a renewed renaissance under the benevolent and visionary leadership of His Majesty Sultan Haytham bin Tariq. So let me take some time to turn to the theme for today's conference, finding resilience in fragility. And I will speak more on behalf of the corporate sector, out of my own experience with my own company and with the clients that we serve during and after the pandemic. We all know that the COVID-19 pandemic upended the way we work. Remote working compulsions became commonplace. It was a hybrid working environment. There were supply chain disruptions galore, and employees obviously were demanding a better work-life balance, amongst other things. So the learning is that as long as the organization continues to face the same sort of problems that its processes and values were designed to address, managing the organization can be very straightforward, in the sense that organizations are very set in the way they do business. But when we are confronted by a disruptive change, like the COVID pandemic, we need to be asking different questions, obviously. But does the organization have the processes and values to succeed in this new situation? And that is the question before us. And, this question does not come obviously, because the way we work and do business, it's very set and it's intrinsic to the organization, and to a large extent has been the success factor for the organization thus far. So then suddenly when you're supposed to change your thinking and engage yourself in a different mindset, it is not all that easy and doesn't come automatically and intrinsically. So if we can say that, it is ironical, but the capabilities that make the organization strong can, at times of disruption, be the exact disabilities for the organization. So, with AI and digitalization and whatever new winds of change that are happening, businesses would need new approaches to build the resilience required in, reacting to these winds of change through a perceptive response to current challenges, foresight to anticipate the next round of disruptions, and adaptation to those new realities in the best way possible. And that is the only way that the companies of today can be successful. We need to remember that there will be change, and it is a continuous process, more so going forward now. And there will be always a constant push to realize outcomes more quickly. Now the question before us is, will we change proactively or reactively? Change is bound to happen. If we change because we change for our own sakes, that's better than if we have to change because we were forced to change. So that's the summary of what I'm trying to convey here. So we need to cultivate organization resilience in all the companies, driven not only by crisis, but also by opportunity, trying to sense opportunities in the crises that are emerging or the disruptions that are emerging. And that is the only way to achieve a long-lasting advantage. In our own very small way, we at UMS are trying to create this culture of resilient, healthy behaviors, such as knowledge sharing, performance reviews, bottom-up innovation, fostering an ownership culture amongst all the employees, and that's very important. And of course, introducing new technologies and platforms, because that, I think, is a given going forward. And we are proud to be introducing these new technologies for the first time into the Sultanate. On that note, I am pleased to share that United Media Services is collaborating with Lifeplex Incorporated, a Silicon Valley company in the Web 3.0 space, to bring metaverse solutions to Oman. Mr. Vimal Kumar, Lifeplex Inc.'s president, will throw more light on the offerings that he has later in the day. We all know that the metaverse promises to build a new era of internet built on immersive and integrated experiences, and there are new opportunities emerging in a wide range of industries, from education, training, remote work, and more, as well as opportunities for creators to make new forms of art and entertainment. Early estimates indicate that the economic contribution of the global metaverse could easily be valued at more than 3 trillion by 2031. We are proud to have a very power-packed agenda for today's summit. We will be starting with His Highness Dr. Adam Al Sayed's keynote address, focusing on Oman's economy and the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. For those who have been attending the OER Business Summit from the last many years, you will agree that there are few who can match His Highness's insights and understanding of Oman's economic landscape and we look forward to learn from his views on the prevailing global challenges such as rising Fed rates, inflation, recessionary fears, their probable impact on Oman, along with Oman's own challenges and opportunities. This will be followed by a fireside chat with His Excellency Pankaj Khimji, Advisor for Foreign Trade and International Cooperation at the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion. I can't thank His Excellency enough for his gracious presence. I'm sure His Excellency will give us a ringside view of the policy initiatives being taken by the Ministry on improving the ease of doing business, furthering bilateral trade, attracting investments, and generating employment. Who better than His Excellency to tell us all about this? What's more, we have two high-level discussions with Oman's industry captains and corporate leaders. The first panel discussion will focus on charting a roadmap for building a responsive, and resilient Omani economy and business. Given its importance for Oman's young demographic, the changing HR landscape has been an important part of our deliberations over the years, and we will train the spotlight this year on these issues with a panel discussion on the ways to recruit, retain, reskill, and redesign, apart from ways to improve the efficiency of Oman's human capital. We also have strategic presentations by Mr. Vimal Kumar, President Lifeplex, Mr. Ali Taleb Al-Farsi of ITKA Group, and by Mr. Venkatesh Palakkad, Director and Principal Consultant of RAB Consulting, our long-standing strategic partners for the OER Business Summit. Today's summit culminates with a workshop on driving a high-performance culture for growth. The workshop will be conducted by Ms. Sangeeta Shankaran, a Chief Financial Officer turned business and leadership coach. Sangeeta is a chartered accountant and an executive education alumni from the HBS, Harvard Business School. She is a credentialed coach, a TEDx and global professional speaker, and best-selling author. I welcome Ms. Sangeeta Shankaran to Oman and invite all of you to join the workshop, which happens post-lunch. On that note, I would leave the stage to leaders and experts, wishing you a fruitful and enjoyable OER Business Summit 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. It's my honor to invite on stage His Highness Sayyid Dr. Adham bin Turki Al Saeed to deliver OER Business Summit's keynote address. His Highness is an assistant professor of economics at the College of Economics and Political Science at Sultan Qaboos University. He was awarded his master's degree from the New York University and a PhD from the University of Western Australia. His area of expertise includes the Omani economy, macroeconomic policies, and economic development. Now, His Highness Dr. Adham is also a founding partner of the firm for business and economic consulting. The firm provides business advisory and research consulting to a wide range of stakeholders. In addition, he's a member of the Sharia Supervisory Board in Muslim Islamic Banking. He has recently been appointed as the chair of the advisory committee at the Center for Competition Protection and Monopoly Prevention, and he's also a member of the Board of Authority of Public Service Regulation. He contributes to professional and policy advisory for both private and public sector entities, and his professional contributions include assessment of Oman's macroeconomic development, labor market assessments, and other relevant issues. His Highness is also an active keynote speaker with contributions to a number of specialty symposia and in public media discussions of relevant economic issues. Please join me in welcoming His Highness Dr. Adham bin Turki Al Saeed to the stage.
عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه أجمعين. In the beginning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me here again. It seems I've become a staple of the OER Business Summit for the last few years. I hope I'm adding a reasonably good contribution, inshallah ta'ala. And it's also good to see familiar faces again, which means that this event itself is adding value to the conversations we've been having for the last few years. So I've been asked again to basically highlight some of the potentially global trends that are affecting Oman, the region, and perhaps the world. And in the next few minutes, I will hazard to try and do that, and probably tickle your thoughts a little bit about some of these trends. But I want you, in the same time, to think about how those trends affect you and your organizations. And where do you position yourself from some of these trends, and what do you see yourself doing about them as an organization, as a leader in your industry as well? Now, I've veered away from the traditional keywords of narratives and perspectives and economic sort of forecasts to a certain extent. I'm still an economist, so data is still a good friend of mine, although it's not always as reliable as I'd like it to be. But I thought I would use a completely different angle. For those of you familiar with the Chinese calendar, you probably know that this year is the year of the rabbit. And the Chinese calendar is unique in the sense of using symbolisms to predict what is the next year going to be like. Not too far from our own culture, where we tend to be optimistic or sometimes pessimistic given different signs, but we tend to lean more on the optimistic and hopeful. And in a little bit of research, it turns out to be that the rabbit is a sign of hope in the Chinese culture. But I do put a bit of a question mark because, as you're well aware, and as pointed out by Mr. Sharma earlier on, there is unpredictability and uncertainty ahead of us. But I'm thinking to take you down the rabbit hole. For those of you who are not familiar with that, I'm thinking Alice in Wonderland, which is a very interesting story that Carol had written a long time ago about this young lady who falls into a rabbit hole, into a completely fantasy world. Part dream, part reality, but reflecting a lot of things that she did not expect. When Alice falls into that rabbit hole, she doesn't know if it's going to be a good outcome or a negative outcome. All she knows is that it is a completely new experience that she has to handle as she goes on. Obviously, I'm not going to go through the whole story. I would love for you to do that. But the analogy, I hope, is one of relevant discussion today. So, shall we go into the rabbit hole? Yes? All right. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about global trends, something you're familiar with, but I would like you to think about how relevant these are to you. I'll talk a little bit about some of the local changes in our Omani economy, and I'll be very focused in this because there's so many that we need to look at, and I don't want to spend too much time looking at some of the details there. But then I want to focus a little bit about the future outlook, inshallah. So when Alice falls into that rabbit hole and finds herself in a room with a very large table, the first thing she starts to think about is, it's curiouser and curiouser. That's a double wonder into one sentence. Not knowing what to expect. And 2023 to us is beginning to look very much like that. So many things happening in a span of such a short time that when we're looking about what are the changes, what are the things changing, we're constantly being surprised by changes. Here we are in Q2 of the year, and we're already thinking what's going to happen next. So stay curious with me, because I believe there are 5 trends that are affecting 2023 and maybe even 2024 that we all need to be mindful of and be able to build some resilience towards, as mentioned earlier. So the no-brainer one is definitely climate action. This is perhaps the most spoken about, but the least understood, and perhaps the least addressed, especially in our part of the world. Not because we ignore it, not because we're not capable, but it doesn't seem to hit our agenda right at the top. Right? From a policy perspective, we know that Oman has made its commitment towards net zero by 2050. But if I ask any of you here, what does that mean to have net zero by 2050? We would probably have differing answers. Some would believe zero emissions, some would believe we need more electrical cars, some would need, say, renewable energies, and there's be so many different ways to think about this. But the conversation has become so focused that we need to have A, an opinion, B, actions and ways to talk about those actions. So those of you who are familiar with international engagements such as the COP27 and before it 6 and coming up 28, following this year in November, I believe it is, in the UAE. Oman has made interesting contributions in the last COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, where it announced its policy and was engaging stakeholders on why it's important for an oil-producing country to have its net zero policy in place and what actions it needs to take towards that. But we will not be given the time to respond at our own pace, as mentioned earlier. We need to take action today. Many would be happy for government to take the lead, but in many countries, it is businesses that are going to make the impact. Businesses need to change their ways, how they source, how they produce. The mindset is going to be, the needed mindset, if I may say, is going to be completely different to business as usual. Are we there yet? In my personal opinion, we're just starting to respond to these changes, but the world is looking at us as the bad guys who are polluting, who are producing dirty energy, and we are causing that problem, despite the fact that many countries still need hydrocarbons, despite the fact that whatever short-term impact on the energy market, hydrocarbons, especially gas, is going to be needed in the medium term to long term. That should not be ignored as we're looking at solutions. So we're talking about hydrogen, we're talking about different alternatives of renewables, but let's not forget, we need to put our voice on that table because it will impact our economy significantly in the short term to medium to the long run. As you're well aware, banks have been falling like dominoes in North America and in Europe, and that's been causing a lot of jitters in the markets. Ironically, not all of those failures are necessarily structural failures, but it's the design of the financial system itself. By default, every 1 riyal of deposit in the financial system supports the 1 riyal of lending. So if we all go to the bank today and ask for our money, some of us will return very disappointed. But that's not the problem. The problem is a problem of confidence, where a few specialized banks in certain parts of the world have caused jitters all the way across the Atlantic and caused 100-year-old banks to fail and to be acquired by their rivals. Thankfully, that contagion did not go beyond those specific banks, although we've seen a few occurrences as well. But the impact is not about how many banks fail. The impact is about the psyche, about the confidence in the banking system. Will we see another financial crisis? Probably not. Will we see another confidence crisis? Probably yes. And that is driven primarily by the sentiment of jitters as we look at it today. This particular issue is exasperated by policies that have become more complicated today. So macro policies, split into monetary policies and fiscal policies, have to today work together to bring the best outcomes. But most central banks around the world work on their own agenda of price stability and growth, while fiscal policies are trying to balance the needs to A, support their economies and invigorate growth, and at the same time reduce the fallout of inflation where the option is not available to use monetary policy, Oman being one of them. Oman spends in excess of 1 billion riyals in subsidies and support to stabilize prices. That's 1 billion riyals out of a budget of 12 billion Omani riyals annually. That is 1 billion riyals less to pay for our debt, to pay for public services, or any other requirements. That's a huge burden, right? But we also have to accept that our peg with the US dollar brings in a restriction on our movement on interest rates and how much effects that has on our currency exchange. A pegged exchange rate gives us the stability of international trade in the dollar, the sale of oil, but it also brings us an interesting story I'll talk about later about interest rates, liquidity, and the ability to manage all of that. Unfortunately, we're not given many breaks between year to year. Pandemic in one year, geopolitics in the next. But geopolitics just got more complicated because we have the Ukraine-Russian war going on with its impact. But we've also got some positive news in our region with the return of diplomatic ties between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Iran as well, more recently, which is something very encouraging. It means that traditional rivalries perhaps will take a back seat for the time being, and this means that we can start to build new economic ties. So there's a bit of a mixed story here, I believe, that's going to affect Oman's direction. Oman is not taking the lead in any of these geopolitics, but it's been a key player and a stabilizing player in many of these. We're seeing stabilization hopefully come through Yemen as well, which is also another positive story for the region and Oman specifically, as they are next door neighbors. But interestingly, and one to watch in 2023 going onwards, is the movement of the BRICS countries. We're seeing a strong move towards decoupling the US dollar and trade in certain parts of the world. Let's not kid ourselves. The dollar is still dominant in world trade and in financial markets. However, countries that have enough clout are beginning to decouple their trade between themselves from the US dollar, which is quite intuitive if you think of it. If I trade between China and any of its neighbors, why do I need to use the dollar? As small countries in the region, perhaps we don't have that luxury yet. But perhaps there's an advantage to have that in the future. However, that comes at a cost, because as we sell our hydrocarbons in dollars, it is very difficult to veer away from that. But could our trade be affected? Could your business benefit from a direct transaction rather than going through the dollar and back to another currency? Those are questions that are not easily answerable, but ones that one should be prepared for as we look forward and we be mindful of. Now, all of us are very hyped about technology, but many of us don't realize the true impact of that. If I say, what do you think about technology? The first thing most of you would probably say AI. But if I ask you, what about AI? ChatGPT. What about ChatGPT? That's where the conversation stops. We've heard, or we will hear more about the metaverse. There are positive feedbacks about metaverse. There are even apocalyptic or disastrous outcomes of Meta's movement into the metaverse. And some are already writing obituaries. Where do we go? How does it affect us? How does it change our business models? Is it disruptive? Is it destructive? Are there opportunities? Clearly, there are answers to all of those three. But if you've used any of these AI technologies, you'll quickly realize how serious we should take them and how much impact, and plan for that impact. It is not only for governments to do so, but it is for businesses to decide. AI for good, AI for profit, AI for something else. Those are very broad questions that I don't have answers to right now. I will be cynical and say we need to be very mindful of the impact, because the livelihoods that are going to be affected are not in the thousands, not in the 100,000s, they're in the millions. In a world where we struggle to find jobs for people, it is very, very important for us to focus on that. From global to local, Alice takes the drink. She shrinks down to go through a very small door. She forgot to take the key with her, of course, so she needed to have to go back and forth. But when we think about the global perspective, we are not immune to those changes. But we do have some degree of uniqueness, being hydrocarbon economies, being situated in a specific part of the world that is very active geopolitically, economically as well. And the GCC region tends to be very sensitive to those changes. But it's also beginning to build its own resilience. Some lessons learned from the last financial crisis. New strategies, new visions are taking us into new realms that we're not particularly familiar with, but we're learning as we're going on. But if we were to look at the predictions by the International Monetary Fund for the GCC countries, they still tend to be quite positive in terms of economic growth. The forecasts for 2023 this year still tend to be at around 3 to 4%. But they're not going to replicate what happened last year in 2022. And the primary driver for that is oil prices. In fact, the predictions for oil prices sometime in 2023 lie between $70 to $75, depending on who you ask. But as we all know, it is extremely difficult. But recently, the IMF published some sort of break-even prices for many of these economies, and they range anything from about $65 or $70 all the way to $120 just to cover the budgetary needs. Oman tends to be positioned somewhere in the lower end, which is a positive, which I'll talk about in a moment. But ultimately, according to international forecasts at least, the GCC will continue to see growth, bihawlillah, in this year, which is probably a spillover from those higher oil prices, fiscal balance adjustments as well, which is something we take positively. So we're in the rabbit hole, we see some positive outcomes as well. But there are challenges, as I've mentioned, from those global trends that are going to trickle down to us. For Oman, the story is quite positive. 2022 was a very good year for us, lillahi alhamd, a good recovery point from the harsher years of 2020 and 2021. And in the quarterly, quarter-by-quarter changes, we've seen good increase and back to business, so to speak, if you like. But what does the first quarter of this year hold for us? The official numbers are not out, but if my guesstimates, and I'll put it at that, very guesstimate, it's just an average of 2 periods, we probably would see reasonable growth in the period. Perhaps not as much as we've seen in the third quarter of 2022, but still, the oil prices have been at around 85 on average, according to the Ministry of Finance, which probably would see us do reasonably well. This is not a prediction, this is not a forecast, simply a guess based on previous experience. But still, the story is about oil playing a very important part, and oil still driving the growth numbers. In fact, in real numbers, 10% of our growth rate of that 4.4% is primarily driven by, I should say 10%, but the driving factor is oil and gas. Non-oil, which is the story of our diversification, is still lagging behind. It's positive, but it's weak. It's not that. And naturally, there are scarrings from the pandemic and the return to business and those global trends that I've mentioned earlier that are impacting both the oil and non-oil. But still, our story is positive. We would like for it to be better, inshallah ta'ala. The interesting story, though, I would point out is that FDI is still flowing into our economy. And the stock of FDI that is available at this point in time has improved by about 10% compared to last year in the period, the first 3 quarters of 2022 compared to the year before. So where Oman is still being attractive, we're hearing about Oman being on the FDI watch list, which is a positive thing as well. But there is still more to be done, and I'm sure His Excellency will highlight some of those efforts that Oman is doing as well. The one thing that everyone is always curious about is what is government doing and whether government finances are on the right track, because as you're well aware, whatever the government does impacts the whole economy, business, and obviously how we see ourselves moving forward. And thankfully, I've got positive news here. As you're well aware, Oman has made some significant surpluses in 2022, which were directed towards the public debt and the public support that I spoke about earlier. In the first quarter of 2023, we've seen oil prices at around 85 on average. They're lower today, but we don't know what will be the case in the next few months. But that has enabled government to, first of all, put spending in check. Instead of spending excessively because of higher oil returns, it is putting and sticking to the budget, which is critically important. Given that you've got better revenues, you might create some buffers. The public debt today, as it stands, according to the Ministry of Finance, is around 16.6 billion Omani riyals, compared to what it would have been around 20 if no action has been taken since 2020. The current budget surplus, let's not hang on to this number too much because we're still at the beginning of the year, 450 million, right? So these are positive signals. But more importantly, the most recent rating for Oman has been stabilized at BB for Fitch, but also it follows with a positive outlook. This is a critical part. The positive outlook sends positive messages to the rest of the world. Now, we're not out of the woods yet. Alice is still walking there. She's still looking for a way around, and there might be dangers lurking. Remember, the Red Queen isn't too far away. Right. So we have a positive story with public finance, and we believe, bi'idhnillah, we will have a stable sort of performance, if you like, for public finance. Even if prices stay around 70, 75, we are close to our break-even prices as well, and I think that is something that we should take seriously, and probably well aware in the news that there are awards of tenders, and in fact, in addition to these numbers, the reports from the Ministry of Finance that the government has fulfilled 325 or 350 of its obligations to the private sector in the first quarter. So we're seeing injection into the economy in terms of contracts and all sorts of spending that is required. Now, the big story has always been about 2022 going into 2023 is inflation. And one of the challenges was for many economies how to manage this. Central banks have gone into high gear, increasing interest rates and trying to slow down inflation and spending. Thankfully, in Oman, this inflation hasn't translated into extremely high levels of inflation, primarily because of government support and government subsidies. But also, we're beginning to see, at least in the first quarter of this year, the slowdown of these prices, both on the producer side and on the consumer side. It is not significant enough to take that big breath in yet. So we need to hold our breath a little bit longer, but even on international scale, we're beginning to see slowdowns according to the IMF and other organizations, which may signal that the tightening of monetary policy around the world may start to slow down, and maybe, just maybe, we will start to see some cutbacks. Now, for the bankers here, this is probably the story of the year. 2023 is becoming extremely fast tight. We're seeing repo rates and interbank rates jump significantly within 6 months. And most recent hike was actually not included in this data that was put out, 25 basis points. Obviously, Oman has to follow the US monetary policy and critically any change there to maintain the capital flows and support the US dollar Omani Riyal peg. But what does this do for your businesses as bankers or lenders is it creates very little space to make much money out of it. True, you've made a lot of money last year, probably won't be as much this year, but as long as you make money, we're all happy. But here's the story. While funds are becoming more expensive, the spread between deposits and lending on average, right, this is a weighted average, is still significant. We're looking about 2.5% to 3% spread. So the story isn't complete that just because interest rates have gone up. Banks have lent about 80% of their capacity in lending. There's still unused capacity, but banks are probably becoming more selective. As these funds become more expensive, they're thinking of ways to use them. And I'm sure businesses are making interesting investment decisions as we move on. But the positive side to all of this is the non-performing loans, according to Central Bank, have remained around the 4% range, which is very heartening to see because we know the pandemic hit very hard. And those numbers have budged about 0.2% up or down during that period. And I think this is a very positive story that we need to build on as we go on, that the resilience in our financial system, thankfully, are still there according to the Financial Stability Report as well. We've seen, I wouldn't say positive, but stable outcomes as well. But the big story is liquidity is tightening up. And this means that businesses have to make better cases to banks and lending agencies, or even decide to take an alternative route and go directly to market, right, through bond issuance, or even IPOs maybe? I don't know, that's a big question mark, right? But these conditions could be opportunities. As challenging as they are, they could be opportunities as well. It is not for me here to analyze where it will be, but one that needs to be thought about carefully. So we're still looking at small growth or weak growth in credit and deposits, but ultimately we know that the policy has definitely tightened, and that means that the space is tightened. Something to watch out for, hopefully for the second half of the year. Now that we're in the rabbit hole, what are we to expect? Well, if you ask Alice, and she was looking for a way around, I don't think there's a clear answer. Perhaps what we need to know is where do we want to be? And where we want to be depends on what industry you're in, whether you're in government, whether you're in national trade, whether you're in Russia, China, the GCC. We all want to be in different places. But we need to be mindful, be careful what you wish for, right? Because ultimately, the outcomes are a bit challenging. At the moment, I don't mean to be too cynical here, but at the moment, the silver lining isn't so clear to all of us. It isn't to say that there aren't any, but the challenges are bigger. And if you have looked at or heard about the IMF's recent report, they haven't had anything positive to say, to be honest. They've basically downgraded everything across the board, growth rates and expectations and whatnot. But without that perspective, it's quite challenging for us to plan ahead, to take our precautions, to mitigate any risks there are. What are the potential scenarios that we could see in 2023 into 2024? The biggest worry right now is that if there's a looming banking crisis and how much that would trickle over into others. We're already seeing in some continents and countries where real estate is beginning to hurt. And real estate and banking and lending tend to be very highly. So you mentioned the subprime. Now we're not looking at subprime, we're simply looking at asset mismatches and pricing and highly leveraged banks into certain sectors. But interesting, the bank failures did not happen in the housing market, they happened in the tech markets, SVB and then later on Signature and others as well, and even traditional banks. So it tells us that potentially, we could see pockets of these problems happening over and over again because of confidence more so than because of structural problems. Weaker banks will, according to the IMF, suffer. In Oman, thankfully, at least up to 2022, there aren't any major concerns by the central bank, according to the Financial Stability Report. But then, what changes in 3 to 6 months is tremendous. We woke up in January expecting beautiful year. Come February, March, we've already heard a lot of interesting stories. Having said that, though, the likelihood of this is still subdued, according to international observers. The more likely scenario, the one that worries most of us, is the stagflation. All right? Stagflation is basically a recession with inflation. Most central banks think 2% rate is acceptable inflation rate. Currently, most of them are about at 7 to 5%. So they're still worried about inflation, and they're slowing down the economy through these interest rate hikes. Our economy is not immune to those, and we will see the slowdown that is expected from the 6 or 7% from 2022 to about 4%. That slowdown means that there are less jobs created, perhaps less FDI coming in, perhaps less investments taking place in the economy. Still positive, but not as we would like. Now, for other economies to come out of stagflation is a very problematic issue. If you have negative growth and inflation, how do you bring your economy out? If governments don't have the ability to spend, therefore borrow and spend, that is going to create a challenge as well. And this is not just in North America and in Europe, but in other economies as well. Now, are we headed there for sure? There are signs that there's slowdown in the US economy, and therefore by default other key economies. China is still tattering out of its opening up since last year. There are some structural issues there, but still China is adamant to come out of that situation. We don't know yet where it's going to be, but ultimately there's a higher likelihood for this to happen, maybe in the second half of the year. How does it affect us in the region? Primarily through energy price demand. We've seen the ups and downs more recently just because of the news of slowdown, not simply because it happened yet, but potentially. Now, the one that one would like to see in 2023 is potentially inflation moderating. It's still there. We can see it through the year. That's the expectation, at least. But weaker growth will still maintain some job creation, but it will help us, I would say, crawl out of the rabbit hole, if you like. Now, that's a big if. There's nothing to say that that will happen. Most observers are leaning towards a recession, at least in the US and in Europe. Having said that, again, this is not a prediction as much as just looking through the hourglass, if you may. For Oman, I believe, at least given the current oil prices, we're going to see public finances see itself through with minimum amount of deficits throughout 2023, unless, la qaddar Allah, we have any major crashes, all right, which is something that is currently not on the books at the moment. But remember, Oman has budgeted for about 1.2 billion riyals worth of deficit at the price of about 55 or 58 riyals for the budget this year. So this is not unforeseen if the prices drop below that. So we've already got that on the books. is that we've been blessed, at least in Q1, not to have to get anywhere close to that. The growth forecasts are around 4%, as I've mentioned earlier, which is another positive thing to think about. There is growth, not as high as 2022, agreeably because of the oil prices there. We're quite happy to see this growth continue through. And hydrocarbons will still play an important role. Let's not forget that. But non-oil growth is also critical as well. But the key point to keep in mind here, that liquidity is going to be challenged. Now, you're well aware that the government is working on the financial stability and financial sector development program that has been launched, which is a continuation of the Tawazun program with an added augmentation of the financial markets, if you like. Now, that could start to present some solutions to some of these challenges in the short run to medium run, but ultimately change the landscape in terms of how we finance development, how we finance investment in Oman. There are no clear outcomes of the program at the moment. It just started. This is the first 3 months of the program. So it will be interesting to see whether this develops into accelerated developments, which will help alleviate any pressures in the short run. In the financial markets, at least for Oman, in the banking sector, the central bank will play a critical role in managing that transition, while government will play the supporting role for any necessary support, if you like. But let's not forget that we are limited by our resources, and one should not expect that, like any country the size of Oman or in the region, can handle massive shocks, la qaddar Allah, if they happen as they did in the subprime. So should we be overly pessimistic for the next year, this year? I don't think we should. Alhamdulillah, our early results are positive. But the challenge is how to prepare for any shocks unexpected throughout the year. So I would like to say I will be cynically optimistic. So always questioning, always thinking about what happens. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
All right, since we have him up on stage, I didn't think we should let him go so easily. So anybody has any questions, please raise your hand and a mic will come to you.
Incisive presentation. To quote from the same book, today I think we have to run twice as hard to remain in the same place. I know Oman has been doing fairly well last year, and this year it's supposed to be the fastest growing economy within the GCC region. But it's still very dependent on hydrocarbon prices. What's the way out in the, if not the long run, at least in the medium run? What is the path that the country could take to reduce our dependence on?
I think His Excellency will be better versed in this. But I'll just offer my opinion, which is when we say that dependence of Oman on hydrocarbons, arguably it's a challenge, but we should also see that this is our current comparative advantage. So let's not shoot ourselves in the foot by trying to ignore what is there. But ultimately, we've seen that some of the economic diversification plans are beginning to bear fruits in terms of developing more movement in certain sectors. Them alone, many of these sectors are particularly small, but once bunched up together, they start to act more and more importantly. The numbers I've had there are in nominal values, meaning today's money, last year's or next year's money. And that means that if you cater for price changes in the price of oil, the contribution of oil and gas generally, the exploration and production, tends to be relatively small, around the 30 to 35%, which is something to note that the rest of the economy is contributing significantly in real terms. Now, the challenge is the growth in those sectors tends to be weaker than oil prices because oil prices tend to have direct impact on how much we increase our production. But our production has been very stable in real terms. So it's primarily driven. Many of the numbers you hear about are primarily driven by oil prices. But the weaker growth in both the non-oil sectors and the exports as well is something of concern because much of our efforts was to push these sectors forward. Now, these sectors are very sensitive to logistics, sensitive to international pricing. Today, the world is more protectionist than it used to be. So there's a lot more work required for us from the export side to enter new markets and generate income for Oman from there. Locally, our market is primarily driven by services. You've mentioned something interesting. You've said we've been doing things for such a long time, and it's been working well. Unfortunately, from the production side, we've focused more on services for government and for businesses in a smallish economy like Oman. We just crossed the 5 million mark in Oman. It's not creating that many opportunities for businesses to grow domestically. Fewer businesses go from Oman to the rest of the world and expand their markets. But the opportunities today are there for you to enter, especially in the GCC. Oman has been galvanizing its relationships with Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and what. An interesting story that not enough people talk about is the trade between us and Saudi Arabia has increased dramatically over the last couple of years. The potential is there. Trade itself is not going to be the growth formula alone. We need to change the business model that we do things. So I think the potential is there. It's scaling that potential to the next level is the challenge, and that requires everyone to work, government and businesses.
We've got a question right here.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. My name is Kiju Kim, Ambassador of Korea to the Sultanate. And I really appreciate the very insightful and inspiring, as well as eloquent presentation of the whole dynamics of economic interactions and challenges ahead, which is everybody's concern, including the foreign partners. And the things that attracted my attention and appreciation is Your Highness's wonderful presentation of the strong commitment to the very decisive shift to decarbonization and diversification commitment of the Sultanate. And this is what the international community and the international partners, including Korea, appreciate very deeply. And I just want to seek Your Highness's advice and your guidance about the way Oman's very decisive shift and its commitment to decarbonization redefine and redirect its already very strong partnership with the international friends, partners, including, of course, Korea and other countries. And if Your Highness could kindly give me yet another very inspiring advice for the international partners as well as the domestic stakeholders of the Sultanate, I would deeply appreciate it. Thank you very much, Highness.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for being here today. And you've asked me, the one thing I don't like to do is give advice. It's a very dangerous business, giving advice. But one of the things I would say is, first of all, let me commend the Republic of Korea and the close ties we have with the Sultanate. And they've been building to higher and higher levels. So that is something that we appreciate in Oman, even as observer, as myself, looking from all of these agreements that Oman has had in the past and is developing now. I think Korea has been a very close partner in that development and a key partner and friend in there. Now, you've mentioned something very important, is the shift towards decarbonization. And let me say that that shift did not come out of nowhere. The design of the Vision 2040 is by itself inherently thinking about how Oman could become a more sustainable economy, not just financially or economically, but also ecologically. And two of our main pillars really focus on the environment, sustainability, decarbonization, and all of these issues. The recent announcement of the Net Zero 2050 policy effectively put print to all of these kind of ideas that have been floating around, how and why and what we do. And the energy policy, if I may call it so, that came out, or energy guidelines that came from the Authority of Environment, or the Environment Authority, kind of highlighted how Oman wishes to do that in the energy sector specifically, and the choices that it makes. And then complemented with the hydrogen, the green hydrogen, if I call it the initiative that now is led by Hydrom, is kind of putting the last piece of puzzle in what Oman thinks the next decade will look like. So ultimately, Oman is looking to offset all of its emissions by 2050 through electrification, decarbonizing industry, using green hydrogen as both a source of energy domestically, but more importantly, for export to markets that require that. So My knowledge about the Korean economy is heavy industry requires a lot of energy, and potentially Oman could be one of the sources where Korea could look for in Oman. Now, the current investments that are happening in Duqm are going to see potentially production, if I'm not mistaken, by 2027 or 2028 as a first batch of green hydrogen coming out of Oman. Now, that is just the beginning. Ultimately, a few years after, all the way up to 2035, we're going to see scaling up of that. But Oman has made serious commitments of allocating land for renewable energies that eventually will go into the production, electrolyzing and whatnot. Oman has already made its investments in ammonia as well as a potential transfer of that. The capacity, and you are well aware of Oman's links through LNG with Korea as well, the long-term contracts we've had, the experience that we've had means that Oman can build a lot on these. Now, where we seek, as far as the interest in partners coming in to build capacity and make those investments in Oman, whether it's in the, let's say if we talk green hydrogen specifically, in the renewables, electrolyzing, and later on the transfer of that to the potential markets. Now, that doesn't stop there because the technologies in Oman require electrification of transport. Recent developments, I believe in the last couple of months, Oman has already moved into having clear guidelines on charging stations. So that capacity issue of importing cars, electrical cars that are going to be used by not just businesses, but individuals is huge. There's about 1,300,000 cars registered in Oman currently. I would probably count on our fingers how many electrical cars are there. In fact, we could probably count how many hybrid cars are there in Oman, because there aren't that many. One of the critical issues was hybrid cars were relatively more expensive probably compared to normal cars, but ultimately electrical cars could not be used efficiently because we are in a nation, we move around a lot. So, if you're going to drive for 3-4 hours, you're going to run out of charge, you needed to have charging stations everywhere. That has changed within a span of a few weeks that we've heard about Shell coming up. Oman Oil has already announced its network as well. So we're seeing serious steps into enabling the decarbonization. We're seeing investments in the energy sector focusing highly on solar in the north of Oman and wind in the south of Oman, purely for the use of power. The Authority for Public Services has already announced that the next 5 years, all major investments in energy generation, electricity, are going to be renewables, unless otherwise required. So we're seeing a lot of serious steps that our partners outside Oman can take Oman seriously as an investment partner, as a place to probably secure their energy needs. So I wouldn't call it advice, but I'd call it more interest in green hydrogen, definitely, for Oman. There is at least more medium-term clarity for us, where do we want to go in Oman, but also in the renewable for energy in Oman. There are big businesses today, heavy industries are looking to get into using either green hydrogen or renewables. We're talking about steel industry, we're talking about cement will actually have to transfer into that. Aluminium is still waiting to get into that. They've already started to green some of their processes. So there is great scope for that movement. One that we haven't paid enough attention to, I believe that one is worthwhile, is electrifying maritime transport. That is something with the building experience, shipbuilding experience and technologies that, for example, Korea has, that Oman has to learn on. We already have an established relationship in the Oman dry dock that has worked very well, that could be very well scaled into shipbuilding, which is something I believe is either there or is on the agenda. So I think there are a lot of avenues to be built on with already well-established sort of relationships.
We'll take one more final question. Any further questions? There's one right there, the final question at the end of the hall. Can someone get a mic there, please?
Morning. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes. I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Oh, hello.
There, I can see you on the screen, so we're good.
Just on a lighter note, first of all, very intriguing analogy which you pulled out about Alice. It's one of my favorite books. Lewis Carroll was a very famous mathematician also. Who do you think is the Mad Hatter in this entire equation? I wanted to ask you this. It's the way you put it for the global outlook is something very interesting. And you know, Mad Hatter is the guy who puts a very...
I would hazard Elon Musk, but I'm not sure if that's...
I thought so. You read my mind. You read my mind. I was just thinking that.
Probably. If anything, I think the Mad Hatter was a disruption in the whole process with Alice's story, but one that gave her purpose. So I guess we need someone to give us that purpose. It's very difficult to say who would be. I have a thought about the Red Queen, but I'll keep that to myself. But yeah, I'll let you think about that, I guess. I will not hazard that. Your thoughts would be quite interesting to see. But ultimately, I believe expectations will play a very important role this year, as it would through 2024. But we need to keep them in check, I think. Being overly optimistic is going to lead us to being too complacent. But we needn't be particularly risk averse, because there are going to be opportunities that we need to take advantage of today. And we should not let this opportunity pass by. If you're thinking about investment, from the people I talk about in investment, this is not a bad time to lock in some investments at the higher interest rates, for example, to see yourself through. Again, this is not financial advice. I'll do what ChatGPT does every time I ask it to do something. You know, it either refers to I know nothing after 2021, or I haven't been programmed to give advice on this area or that area. I'll claim the same as well. Again, thank you very much for listening. I hope that was useful and thought-stirring. Thank you.
As usual, great presentation from His Highness Dr. Adham Turki Al Saeed. One more round of applause for him, please. So it's time for an exclusive fireside chat, and before we move on to the fireside chat, I'd like to just give a special welcome to His Excellency Faisal Rawas, Chairman of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We're very glad to have you with us today. So going back to the exclusive fireside chat, we'd like to invite on stage Mr. Mayank Singh, Executive Vice President and Group Editor, to kindly come on stage and then take the proceedings forward.
Our esteemed guest doesn't need any introduction, but I will still do the honors. His Excellency Pankaj Kanaksi Khimji is the Advisor for Foreign Trade and Investment Cooperation with the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion. A construction engineer from the UK, he is the Director at Khimji Ramdas, one of the most admired business conglomerates in the Sultanate. In addition, he is the co-chairman of the Oman-India Joint Business Council and a board member of the Omani-British Friendship Association. He has also been an active member of the World Economic Forum and a recipient of the World Global Leader of Tomorrow Award. His Excellency has also been a regular member of the Ministry of Manpower's delegation to the annual International Labour Organization Conference in Geneva, and he takes a keen interest in initiatives to equip young Omanis with the requisite skills to start their own businesses. One such initiative with which he was closely involved in was the Sanat Services, which paved the way for fostering entrepreneurial culture in the country. He's been involved in Oman Business Forum, which works on key areas of nation building, such as educating youth, training leaders, and other work aimed at transforming and empowering society. He's a board member of Sharaka, a pioneering SME funding and mentoring organization in the Sultanate. And it's not just work, but also play. So he is a passionate cricket fan. His Excellency also devotes time as the chairman of the Oman Cricket Board and is a vice president of the Asian Cricket Council. Under his watch, Oman hosted the first 6 matches of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup in October 2021, a first for the Sultanate. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency on stage. Thank you, Your Excellency. A lot of good news, a flurry of good news, and His Highness Syed Adham touched upon it, and Mr. Sharma also spoke about it. According to World Bank, Oman is going to be the fastest growing economy in 2023 in the GCC region. According to the IMF, we are going to be the fastest growing economy in 2024. In the Arab world, the ratings have been improved. S&P has just said that we've gone from stable to positive. And the most important, I think, is the FDI intelligence in its FDI standouts watch list, which ranks Oman as the 4th most attractive FDI destination after Qatar, India, and Morocco. So obviously, Oman is doing something right, and a lot of credit can go to you. What is the big change in the government's mindset first, and what have been the headline measures or policies that you have taken at the ministry?
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Your Excellencies, Your Highness, for having me. It's always a pleasure to be with OER. It's probably my first interaction with the business and the industry in my official capacity as I went down the burrow hole in the rabbit analogy and realized what I've gotten into, or I'm still trying to grapple with what I've gotten into. But pleasantly surprised, there's so much that can be done, should be done, and I'm pretty positive will be done in areas of serving commerce and industry. Coming back to your question, Mike, what has been done and why is it that Oman is standing out amongst its peers in terms of being an attractive destination? I think it's not something which has happened all of a sudden in the last 2 or 3 years that has made Oman stand out. It's something which has been built upon over the years, and I think if there are 2 or 3 major attractions that I give. One, we've made Oman an interesting a destination for investment is because our tax regime has been moderate. We've not gone overboard with that. We've said that we've always maintained it, and we've kept it that way. Number 2, we're a stable, dependable, geopolitical country. We've stood by our grounds. We've stayed neutral. And for any foreign direct investment today, that is a critical factor. You know, how stable is your politics? How stable is your policy making? Do you stand your ground? You also realize that over the years, if you look at the last 20 years of investment history in the Middle East, Oman has stayed pretty much below the radar in terms of an investment attractable destination, despite the fact that foreigners were able to own 100% of the business without having local partners. And today, if you go to see in local businesses, in our neighbors, in our peers, that is still a culture. And Oman has kept on doing that over the years. Now, as we grow further, we have made sure that we have laid now a particular base for the speed of doing business or speed of setting up business, the ease of setting up business, whether it's a digital, and then the most importantly, the cost of doing business. And I think those are the key factors which have really made it, enabled us to kind of attract the kind of investment that we want. And we've stayed within a narrow band of investment opportunities within Oman, but a focused band. And I think being focused is going to be the ultimate key to Oman standing out and succeeding in achieving the IMF forecasted 5.2 for next year.
Sure. Okay, let's talk about specifics. I mean, policy. Let's talk about specific measures that you have taken here. And I'd like to start with the Invest Oman Lounge. The Invest Oman Lounge, and when it was launched, and I quote you, you said that we decided to create a lounge which reinforces as a message that Oman means business. So, I mean, and we have seen something similar in the past. There was this one window clearance system. We have had the Invest Easy portal. Now, is Invest Oman Lounge like just another thing which is basically a single window clearance coming back in a new name, or you think this is a differentiated proposition which will work this time?
See, you have to appreciate that you can't treat every investor in the same manner. It's like traveling in a plane. You have first class, business class, premier economy. There is segments of economy and investments that will come in from small, medium, large, and the multinationals of the world. And you have to treat them differently. They want to be treated. They want to be looked after. Can the MOCI IP become the concierge service, the butler service to the industry? Can we change the mindset from being a regulator to being a service provider, an enabler, a handholder? We do not want to lead, we want to be the track and not the engine. We need to be the, can we give you the accessibility to what you want to achieve at the right time, in the right shape, in the right mindset? And I think what is required is a mindset change. So what we did differently at Invest Oman Lounge is we actually hired account managers rather than sales managers. They were facilitators, and they were responsible for one individual client at a time. And these people came from established economic successful companies, whether it was banks, whether it was telecom enterprises, whether it was certain downstream OIA and OQ-like organizations. And we brought them in, we said, you've done this before, can you do it for us and help us set it up? So we seconded people from established industries to look after large investors. We've started with a particular threshold in terms of attracting people into the Invest Oman Lounge. And we've got 14 to 17 government entities present there to take a decision and give an answer. Now, I'm not sure how often do we take a decision there and then, but we do give them an answer that we'll get back to you within a short time. And everybody is on a balanced scorecard performance indexing. So we've tried to bring about a certain amount of corporate culture into enabling business.
How short is the short time? Or is it like, or how long is this long time, short time?
Yeah, how long is a piece of string? But we are hoping that large investment opportunities get done within weeks rather than months. So we are able to give in-principle approvals within a few weeks, land allocation, licenses on various other parameters, utility allocation, probably within a month or two. So I think we've got that in place. The fact that we are connected with the utility service providers, with the Ministry of Oil and Gas, having their presence in the center is making a big difference.
That's wonderful to hear, Your Excellency. Another big step change has been the way you have decided to reduce fees for commercial registration, and now foreign investors are being treated equally on par with domestic investors. In addition, there have been tax incentives, you have streamlined regulations, and you have simplified procedures. I mean, I know it's still early days, but how is it being received when you have your conversations or one-to-one meetings with people from different countries or investors?
Thank you, Mike, but I haven't done that. The government has done that. I haven't played much of a role in making that happen. But from an industrial point of view, there was enough pressure, there was enough requests from industries saying, why are we depending on revenue based on fees? Why can't you first open the gateway to investment? And that will find ways to start benefiting, and the country will find ways to think. You must try and understand, there's a difference between us and the rest. Oman is not there. Oman's main priority is not wealth creation, but employment creation. And we all have accepted that we need to generate, we need to give opportunities to our youth, whether it's in employment, whether it's in entrepreneurship, whether it's in academia. We need to give them that inspiration to go out, that there is opportunity for them. So that being the case, then revenue does not stand out as a main reason for doing business. And I think that's something which is very clear now. And this is the path we're following, and I think that's the reason why you're seeing that the barriers and accesses to business setting up business and doing business needs to be lowered or removed. And I think we've accepted that.
You spoke about employment generative investment. Now, this can also be a deterrent for someone who wants to invest in your country because you're competing. And if the moment you start putting quotas and saying that these are the rules that you have to follow if you are going to invest, hire and fire is going to be difficult here, you think that this is going to be a deterrent for investors?
Let me answer your question in a different way. His Highness mentioned very clearly that hydrocarbon or Hydro Oman is going to be the new paradigm change in our investment and in our future. And hydrogen will do that. Now, hydrogen means green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is the fuel for green metals, green fertilizer, green alloys, green whatever, transportation, etc. Now, if I have to send green hydrogen straight on a ship and out as a means through ammonia, and it doesn't do any good, what about the local industry here? So I think the idea is that whoever produces this green hydrogen ensures that there will be at least a certain percentage of this green hydrogen will be left behind for industrial use and creating industrial downstream projects. Another thing we need to understand is that we've set up base metal industries. We've got the Wale of the world, we've got the Oman Aluminium of the world. How many of these base metal industries have actually got a large amount of downstream industries for aluminium or steel or petrochemicals or plastics? This is where we want to plug in now. We want to bring in that downstream plastics, specialty aluminium, stainless steel or electrical steel. Why haven't we approached that? And that is what we want to gun in for. That is where the employment will come, is ancillary industry. Employment is never generated by major base industries or anchor industries. It's the ancillary industries that provide the employment. And this is where we've now realized that we need to go and attract these ancillary industries, the downstream industries. So when we look around for FDI, as one of my mandates is to go and attract business to Oman, as I call myself the so-called marketing manager for Oman Inc. The idea is to find downstream in these 6 or 7 key sectors that we've already got the base industries in.
That's a great point that you raised, Your Excellency, because I wanted to ask you, till now, Oman has been marketed in a kind of a vanilla way. Come invest, we are politically stable, it's a good economy. Has that changed? How are you marketing Oman now? Is it one thing you already touched upon, that we're looking at downstream industries where we have a strength and saying, come and invest here? Is there some other things on the table now?
See, when I came into the role, I wanted to understand what our investment attraction strategy was. And clearly, OIA had a strategy, OPAS had a strategy, the ports independently had a strategy, the Madain had a strategy. But as a country, did we have a strategy in attracting sectoral investment? Probably did, but it wasn't quite effectively communicated to the investor. Our efforts to attract investment were promoting Oman as an investment destination, but not promoting a particular sector or a downstream industry. When I came on, built a little team of trying to understand what we should be doing and what we should be attracting, we realized that a strategy, focused strategy, was what was required. And we tried to understand the spectrum of resources that Oman would offer and what is it that we want to work on. So we had to definitely start putting down these pillars of where we can be the input for any investor that comes in. What are the resources that Oman is going to offer, and what is the outcome that we want out of turning these resources into value-added finished goods. And we went around that, and we have now narrowed down into, I think, 6 to 10 verticals that we want to focus on and attract industry investment in those areas. I think that's the change that is going to happen. Oman is not going to generically market itself as an investment destination. Oman is going to market investment opportunities in particular sectors downstream. We don't need to have town hall meetings or trade shows or investment opportunity shows going around. What we'll need to do is to work with associations and bodies of that particular sector in other countries to see whether there is appetite for them in investing in Oman. And I think that's the change that is going to happen.
Just a related thing, and this has been a concern with the business community, that people don't work together in the government. Now, you mentioned about OPAs and you mentioned about the ministry and a lot of other government organizations. Can you change that culture when you come up with an administrative fiat saying now work together? Does that happen? I mean, what are the efforts in changing the culture and making people work together?
Mike, let me assure you, I'm not a change maker. I am a great professor of change, and I believe that change has to happen, and that's the only constant, and we all know that. But let me assure you, in the last, I would say, 18 months since we came out of the pandemic austerities, etc., the consciousness within government organizations to work together, I have never seen this more evident than what I have in the last 18 months. Whether it's OQ, whether it's OPAS, whether it's the OIA entities, there is more and more focused approach to saying, okay, what are you offering? What are you marketing? Can we work together? I don't want to repeat what you're doing. And there is suddenly dialogue happening within entities. I work with Oman Chamber, and I say to Sheikh Faisal that you will be doing the road shows. I will be only a plug or a spoke in your total entire wheel. The road shows to attract and showcase Oman is their responsibility. My responsibility is to talk about a particular sector of offering. And that's how we're going to do about it. So I think there is already the consciousness of change in the way we approach and attract business, for sure. And I do not think there is any more siloed mindset in terms of marketing Oman. Yes, it was the perception, but let me assure you, from a government perspective, my entity, whether Her Excellency Abtasam, who's taken over investment promotion as Under Secretary, and myself as advisor, foreign trade, investment, foreign investment, we're very conscious that, look, if there is a champion for marketing particular thing, whether it's OPAS or a OIA entity, let them do it. We just need to support them. We just need to tell them that we are there if we need to be anything. We do not want to kind of take charge, or we do not want to be in the forefront. No. But if we're missing out any particular area, then yes, we want to say that this is the plugins that we want to put in.
We will open up the floor for questions after one question that I'm going to ask. So please be ready with your questions if you have any. And His Highness touched upon this briefly in his presentation. The world has moved from globalization and multilateralism to a more protectionist ethos. Now, have you changed the way you're going to get into negotiations or bilateral trade agreements with regions or countries now in future?
See, Oman is, that's the other thing that we're looking at. We were hoping that GCC, and we are very sure that GCC will forge further free trade agreements, multilateral agreements with other territories. Oman also has aspirations to do bilateral trade agreements, and that's probably the mandate that I've been given to study the opportunities and which are the areas that we want to go along with. It's pretty evident from the way the world is moving, the economies of the world are shaping, the growth is happening, and that is the main engine of consumption growth is Asia. The emerging markets that we need to watch out for are Africa. So we need to look at, then, can we forge, what are the downstream exports that we want to focus on, and where do you think our markets are, and who do you think needs our downstream markets? So as long as we're trying to be a focused approach on what is our export potential market, where is it, then if you just answer these two questions, then it kind of narrows down the countries with which you want to forge a trade relationship. And that's the kind of route that we are taking. I think in the next 2 to 3 months, we would have agreed on the areas, but you've read my lips and you've heard me say, we believe that Asia, Africa are the future growth markets, and we will want to forge free trade agreements. Because with 4.5 million people and the GCC, our market to barrier-free trade is limited. We need to grow into a 1 billion people market, into a 2 billion people market. We've been working within the 100 million people market. Can we go into the next level? And I think that's something that we'll need to plug in.
Can you share some names of some countries that you're looking at if it's not confidential?
See, there's nothing confidential about it. Look, the Indian subcontinent is a very attractive market. It is, India, Bangladesh register the highest GDP growth rates. Their consumerism is really high. They offer 1.6 billion people together. So if you look at just the Indian subcontinent, which is India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, that is 2 billion people. If you look at Eastern Africa, or our erstwhile friends and cousins in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, there's 200 million people. They have a per capita of about $1,100 to $1,200. But if you look at only the 10% of the top 10% of that country, we're talking about 20 million people at $5,000 plus. In India, subcontinent, you look at 2 billion people, you take 5%, which is 100 million people at $10,000 plus. I mean, that's the kind of attraction and the consumerism that we need to attract that. Can we forge free trade agreements with that? What about ASEAN? Again, I think ASEAN countries, whether it's Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, emerging, fast developing economies, fantastic amount of resilience and growth potential. We need to start talking with them. And then, of course, you have the big Korea, Japan, China, which is the thing. And Your Excellency, thank you very much for being there. We're happy to forge alliances with. This is the area that we're looking at.
Wonderful, Your Excellency. Yeah, if there are any questions, please do raise your hands and we'll get a mic to you soon. Sure. Just to, okay, I think if there are no questions, how has this transition been from being someone who leads a business to join the government? And all these years you've been saying that I want this, that, and now you're the driver of that change. How has the transition been?
Well, they say this is a new learning, and they say that you never stop learning. So for me, it was like going back to school, unlearning, and I hope I did not unlearn the corporate culture, because the idea was to bring about the corporate culture to this side. And I said, I just hope that I'm able to be as thick-headed and as bullish in my approach to implementing the corporate lifestyle into the public sector, and not the other way around. I've enjoyed this experience, the transition that has happened. It's like His Highness mentioned, the analogy of being driven down into a burrow hole and finding your way around. It was a new experience, but enjoying it thoroughly, and I hope that I don't get carried away with the enjoyment and start delivering, because that is what is expected at the end of the day. I have a balanced scorecard that I need to meet. There is so much that is expected. The biggest, I think, area that I'd really like to contribute on is probably the culture and the transformation change. I know that's not really a mandate, but we now, with His Excellency Kais and Her Excellency Ibtisam and Dr. Sala, our Undersecretary of Trade and Investment, we work very closely together. We really understand where we are, and we say that, look, it's not about you are in this area and I am in this area. It's about what we exchange between us. We meet on a weekly basis and have a top 4 breakfast just to exchange ideas, just to tell each other what needs to be done, what we think that needs to be the priority, what are the challenges we faced past week, and what is it that we want to address. So I think we're bringing about this little boardroom culture within the organization and then letting it trickle down within the system and having clear communication. Those are the kind of things that are really making, we hope that will make the difference. And more importantly, it's the mindset change. Transformation is not about transforming from from closed offices to open plan for offices. Transformation is about can we change our mindset from being regulators or autocrats to being a service industry or service providers or facilitators and concierge and a butler approach. And I think this is what we want to be in the next couple of years. Thank you.
And that's really heartening to hear. Just a last question, and when we were doing a research on this fireside chat, we were speaking to a lot of business leaders, and one concern that was raised was saying that the government still fixes prices for a number of commodities. And on this platform in the past, and I didn't want to play that, but you said that you're not in favor of the government authority dictating or fixing prices for my business. Where do you stand on that?
Mayank, like His Highness said, giving advice is the most dangerous thing in the world. But now that you've actually pegged me down and asked me this question, yes, I still feel that the CPA, the Consumer Protection Agency, needs to protect the consumer. And there are essential commodities that need to be governed, need to be monitored, but not controlled. Okay. Monitoring is something that we all want to do, but I don't think controlling and regulating prices is the role of government.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your gracious presence, for your candid replies, and for kind of answering all our queries and all our questions and enlightening us. Can we have a huge round of applause for His Excellency?
All right, thank you, Your Excellency, for giving us an overview of the remarkable efforts and strides being taken by the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion, and thank you, Mayank, for the session. As we enter a digital age spearheaded by ever-evolving technology, the need to stay up to date is a necessity. In pursuance, an arena that will focus on navigating the digital age of banking, that will be the key highlight of this year's New Age Banking Summit organized by UMS Events. The 8th edition of the premier event will be hosted on May the 31st at this hotel, at the Sheraton Oman, and it aims to address the challenges and opportunities faced by Oman's banking industry and provide a platform for knowledge sharing and networking, enabling it to compete globally. To learn more about the event, we'd like you guys to head to www.newagebankingsummit.com, and let's have a look at this short video of the event. So hopefully I'm going to be on stage for that event as well, and I hope to see a lot of you there. Don't forget, it's on the 31st, and it's going to be held here at the Sheraton. So it's time to present our OER Business Excellence Award, and it's my honor to request our chief guest, His Excellency Engineer Badr bin Salim bin Malhoun Ma'mari, as well as His Highness Dr. Adham bin Turki Al Saeed, to please come up on stage to award the winners. I'd also request Mr. Atulya Sharma and Mr. Saeed Al Mashani, Deputy CEO of United Media Services, to kindly join them both on stage. So the OER Business Excellence Award goes to a company which was established in 2004 and is 100% subsidy of Omantel. Now, this company is the foremost IT-enabled service provider with a key focus on business processing, IT solutions, customer experience. They've implemented national-level projects and tremendous contribution to ICV by developing skills sets for national workforce. The key focus area for this company includes 360 degrees digital transformation, cloud contact center, and business automation. With a strong backing of stakeholders and partners, they've been able to deliver services through multimedia-enabled platforms, combining industry knowledge, operational excellence, and partnership approach. They serve market needs with focus on transforming technology, landscape of government, and private sector. The winner for the award of enabling customers to transform business processes through world-class services is Infoline. Congratulations to Infoline. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to a company whose strategy focuses on growing its portfolio both in terms of top line and bottom line, while remaining true to its core principle of prudent underwriting and risk selection. The company continues to progress towards providing innovative insurance solutions coupled with quality claim services, and thereby building a loyal commercial and personal line customer base. These measures have enabled the company to enhance its market presence with a performance-driven and customer-centric approach. The winner of the award for prudent underwriting and risk selection is Oman Qatar Insurance Company. Congratulations to Oman Qatar Insurance Company. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to a globally ranked independent law firm with world-class capabilities established in Oman over 4 decades ago. It combines a distinctive partner-led, proactive, and pragmatic approach with high-caliber legal expertise to help clients address their toughest legal challenges and achieve their goals. The firm provides first-class integrated legal advice and services to financial institutions, corporates, government, and state-owned enterprises on a range of cross-border and domestic transactions, laws and regulatory frameworks, litigation, arbitration, and institutional and ad hoc proceedings. The winner of the award for the 40 years of path-breaking work and contribution to Oman's corporate sector and the national economy goes to Al Busaidi Mansour Jamal and Company. Congratulations to Al Busaidi Mansoor Jamal and Company. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to a bank which has undertaken the initiative of growing its physical footprint across the Sultanate with a branch expansion strategy. Moreover, this has been achieved while keeping overheads low and synergizing with organization's strong digital presence. The bank plans to aggressively ramp up its network in 2023, creating more visibility and customer touchpoints. This is a part of its strategic growth efforts for the future. The expansion initiative, coupled with other measures, helped the bank report a net profit of 34.17 million for 2022, compared to 25.12 million in 2021, representing an increase of about 36%. The winner of the award for the fastest branch network expansion in Oman is Bank Dhofar. Congratulations to Bank Dhofar. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to a company which has successfully expanded its footprint in the MENA region. It acquired Atlas Bottling Corporation, the bottling operation of PepsiCo in Algeria, in September 2021. The company then worked on improving revenue through investment and optimization initiatives with a focus on people, capabilities, financial position, market reach, manufacturing, and supply chain capabilities. The efforts resulted in improving the annualized revenue of its Algerian operations by 6.4 million in 2022. The acquisition also marks the company's foray into the Africas. So the winner of the award for path-breaking business expansion across the MENA region is Oman Refreshments Company. Congratulations to Oman Refreshment Company. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to a conglomerate established during the initial years of the Blessed Renaissance in response to the growing infrastructure needs of Oman. The company recently launched a new brand identity along with a pledge to take the company to new heights. The new brand avatar is a revitalized version of the company's original values and a tribute to the country where it has expanded and flourished. The company has identified a set of core customer values which include exceeding clients' expectations, being transparent and honest, building trust, providing innovative solutions, and delivering quality. Giving back to the society remains another important pillar, and this is being done through providing an education and experience platform for Omanis, promoting sustainable practices, and supporting SMEs. The winner of the award for impeccable rebranding, reflecting the company's revitalized values and a tribute to Oman, goes to Al-Ansari. Congratulations to Al-Ansari. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to an insurance major which put up a robust financial performance in 2022 by growing both in terms of turnover and profits. The company ended the year with a total premium of 65 million, representing a year-on-year growth of about 18.3%. Similarly, its net profit after tax increased by 47% for the year 2022, reaching 3.77 million. Its key differentiation is a holistic approach to business and customer centricity, along with a strong suite of products across segments, making it one of the top shops for customer needs. The winner of the award for leading the transformational journey through robust business growth is Dhofar Insurance Company. Congratulations to the Dhafar Insurance Company. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to a company which has taken the Made in Oman symbol to new heights for over 3 decades. It exports to 30 countries, from Canada in the north to New Zealand in the south, and USA in the west to Uzbekistan in the east. Its high-quality standards have enabled it to win a host of international standards and certificates, such as the ISO 9001 Certificate for Quality Management System, ISO 14001 Certificate for Environmental Management Systems, and the ISO 22000 Certificate for Food Safety Management. Multinational corporations such as Imborg and Unilever have chosen it to source their requirements for the Gulf. The winner of the award for leadership in export markets with quality products is Arij Vegetable Oils and Derivatives. Congratulations to Arij Vegetable Oils and Derivatives. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to an organization which is rapidly moving ahead on the path to be a world-leading Omani service company that helps customers, communities, and people to prosper and grow. It's credited with providing unique project financing solutions to Al Haditha Resources for mining projects and Sanvera Carbon for calcined petroleum coke project. The financing of such prestigious projects reflects the winning company's commitment towards the development of the national economy in alignment with Vision 2040 by consistently seeking collaboration with organizations both on the local and global level, offering the most innovative and comprehensive solutions. The winner for the award of being a key enabler of sustainable economic growth in Oman is Sohar International. Congratulations to Sohar International. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to a company which has played an important part in implementing the mandatory provision of offering electronic payment services to consumers. The mandate is a part of the digital transformation efforts of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Investment Promotion, the Central Bank of Oman, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Ministry of Transport, Communications, and IT. The winning company provides cutting-edge solutions for various points of sales applications for acquiring banks in Oman, and it has worked closely with various leading banks in Oman to enable sales payment transactions at commercial establishments. This comes as no surprise, as the Omzest Group company has been serving customers with world-leading products and services since 1983. The winner of the award for enabling point of sales payment transaction for the leading banks in Oman is Bishara Establishment LLC. Congratulations to Bishara Establishment. The next Business Excellence Award goes to a company which has achieved exceptional operational performance in 2022, with its Sur power plant demonstrating a commercial availability of 99.93%. These results demonstrate the company's dedication to operational excellence and its ability to provide safe, reliable, and efficient power generation to its customers. Moreover, the company recorded revenue of 149 million and a net profit of about 20 million in the fiscal year of 2022, a marked increase over its 2021 results. The winner of the award for outstanding financial performance and path-breaking initiatives in the power sector goes to Phoenix Power Company. Congratulations to Phoenix Power Company. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to a comprehensive banking value proposition, which offers an enhanced banking experience that meets all customer requirements and complies with Sharia principles. The offering is a tailor-made value proposition that encompasses financing, accounts, and savings plans, providing customers with competitive profit rates and a suite of account and financing products options to choose from. The value proposition has been received well by customers who have been benefited from its superior offerings. The winner of the award for meeting customer requirements through comprehensive value proposition and enhanced banking services goes to Al-Izz 1 from Al-Izz Islamic Bank. Congratulations to Al-Izz Islamic Bank. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to an insurance company whose philosophy of digital forward looks at bringing innovation into its different vertices, such as introducing new digital platforms to enhance finance operations, enhancing systems to help improve claim flows, and custom building new software to enhance marketing and call center operations. It uses technology to enhance customer experience from data collection and satisfaction analysis to digitizing and self-serving customer touchpoints. It also protects individuals and businesses across Oman by offering a wide range of personal and commercial insurance products. The winner of the Innovative Insurer of the Year award goes to Al-Ahliya Insurance Company. Congratulations to Al-Ahliya Insurance. The next OER Business Excellence Award is for an SUV which stands out for its innovative and futuristic design. Its harmonious and attractive exterior is embellished with a borderless grille, and this four-wheel drive is also equipped with a 2.0 turbo engine that gives 233 horsepower, comes with an 8-speed automatic transmission, LED lights, artificial intelligence, and advanced safety radar features, while its doors come with hidden handles, and in addition to its elegant panoramic roof, the interior are luxurious and spacious like a business class offering to make the journey comfortable. Now, the SUV comes from a company which currently has the distinction of being the #1 premium Chinese brand in the GCC region, and we can all see the future of automotive in it. You can actually see the beautiful car right over there. So the winner of the award for innovative and futuristic design is Unique from Chang'an Auto. Congratulations to Chang'an Auto. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to one of Oman's leading financial services company, which is providing remittance, foreign exchange, and payment solutions through a network of 38 branches and digital platforms in Oman and over 278 branches globally. It's part of a global financial service conglomerate, Lulu Financial Holdings, based in Abu Dhabi. The company has strategic partnership with global payment networks with direct online remittance arrangements to countries in the MENA, India subcontinent, and APAC markets. The company's mobile app, Lulu Money, is a highly rated remittance and payment app in the country, which is growing at a rapid pace. Its effort to design a reliable, seamless, and accessible financial journey is contributing and strengthening Oman's payment landscape. The winner for the award of Driving Payments Ecosystem Future through Technology and Innovation is Lulu Exchange. Congratulations, Lulu Exchange. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to a company which has been operating for over 35 years in the Sultanate of Oman. It's exhibited sound financial and sustainable profits throughout those years, and the company offers best-in-class customer service and provides itself on one of its quickest, seamless, and convenient claim settlement processes. Its gross written premium income grew by 6% in 2012 to 32 million, and the company strives to build long-lasting relationships with its customers by satisfying their evolving needs and attempts to meet them by developing and creating new products. The winner of the award for exemplary customer service and claim settlement is Oman United Insurance Company. Congratulations to Oman United Insurance Company. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to an eye care center which was founded in 2002 by a very well-known businessman, Mr. Samir Al-Awam, and internationally well-known refractive surgeon, Dr. Maria Clara Arbelez, who has completed more than 80,000 successful surgeries. Throughout the years, the center has been at the forefront of ophthalmology, setting international standards and providing the people of Oman with premium eye care, which they can trust. It is the first clinic in the Gulf to receive international accreditation from the Australian Council on Healthcare Standards and has been awarded nationally and internationally for its contribution to ophthalmology and the community. The winner of the award for care and attention by outstanding eye professionals goes to Muscat Eye Laser Center. Congratulations to Muscat Eye Laser Center. The next OER Business Excellence Award goes to a company which brought in a number of technological upgrades to improve performance. It successfully implemented SAP, followed by a production automation system in its factories, and the upgrades to its merchants, bar mill, and tube mills were implemented as planned, and it was able to diversify its products to newer markets. It also achieved its first brake bulk shipment to the MENA region in 2022, thereby increasing its presence beyond the GCC. The winner of the award for deploying innovative best practices through production automation systems is Al Jazeera Steel Products Company. congratulations to Al Jazeera Steel. And the final award for today, the final OER Business Excellence Award goes to a company which has developed a 34 megawatt solar power project plant located in Al Batna North, Oman for Oman Shell. The PV park is a ground-mounted solar project which is spread over an area of 50 hectares. The electricity generated from the plant offsets 25,000 tons of carbon dioxide emission a year. We have to clap for that. So developed at a cost of $68.78 million, the project consists of 80,000 modules, and the project is a step in realizing Oman's net zero vision. In addition, the company is Oman's first ferrochrome smelter, with its production facilities located at the Sohar Free Zone. The winner of the award for contributing to environmental sustainability initiative by launching the solar PV park is Al Taman Indicel Ferrochrome. So thank you and congratulations to all the winners. I'd now like to request all of the winners to please come up on stage for a picture with His Highness and His Excellency. I'd also like to request His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Ma'ashani, as well as Sheikh Faisal from OCCI, to please join them on stage for a group photograph. So after its success in Muscat and Sohar, Muntada Al-Mar'a will be hosting its Dhufar edition on the 21st of June 2023 at the Salala Rotana Resort. Muntada Al-Mar'a is an interactive forum for women to discuss various issues and challenges, reviewing their growth and achievement. The event has witnessed participation from notable corporate leaders, experts, key women from the Omani community, sharing their ideas and visions about empowering women to excel in various fields. Let's have a look at what lies in store at Muntada Al-Mar'a Dhufar edition. Welcome back, everyone. It's time to commence the first panel discussion on the topic, Business Resilience in a Fragile Global Economy. I'd like to invite Mr. Oman John, Editor OER, and the moderator to please come up on stage. Mr. John has over 25 years of journalism experience, having worked with reputed newspapers and business magazines in India and Oman. His previous assignments included Deccan Herald, Bangalore, and Oman Tribune, Muscat. Please help me in welcoming Mr. John to the stage.
Welcome to the panel discussion on business resilience in a fragile global economy. It is my pleasure to invite on stage the panelists. Please welcome Mr. Sivakumar Tangaratnavelu. Mr. Sivakumar is an accomplished senior management professional with over 30 years of experience and track record of success in delivering value to customers and shareholders across North America, the Middle East, and the Far East, and leading roles in large organizations such as HSBC, Mashreq Bank, and Etisalat. He is the founder and CEO of Simplify.ai, an insurtech company that provides remote automated risk diagnostic solutions to the general insurance companies to solve the current manual risk assessment problems of higher costs, longer turnaround times, and fraud. A passionate technology believer, he is involved in bringing AI solutions to help individuals, businesses, and communities live better. Please welcome. Our next panelist is Mr. Masood Al-Rawahi. Masood is a founder and CEO at Face Arrow, a data science and research startup, and also the co-founder and partner at Face Ventures. He has over 10 years' experience in information technology in Oman and US. He is a member of the UK Oman Digital Hub, an advisory board member of German University of Technology in Oman and Sultan Qaboos University, and was a general partner of the Spark Labs Energy Accelerator. Joining us next is Mr. Sunil Kohli, the CEO of Dhofar Insurance Company. He has worked in the insurance industry across various capacities for over 31 years. Prior to joining Dhofar Insurance, he worked at Reliance General Insurance Company in India and Jubilee Insurance Company Limited in Kenya. Mr. Kohli has utilized his vast experience and portfolio to steer Dhofar Insurance to the path of digitalization, customer centricity, and product innovation. Under his leadership, Dhofar Insurance has grown consistently over the last 4 years. Please welcome Mr. Sunil Kohli. Our next panelist is Mr. Ali Sultan Al-Hashmi. Ali is the CEO of Wuja Real Estate Developers. As a transformational executive and a successful entrepreneur with over 16 years of experience, Mr. Ali turns vision into reality through his passion, strength of will, and sound strategy development. Prior to joining Wuja in 2018, he achieved success by demonstrating a profound dedication to operational excellence with well-established international and domestic companies such as IBM, Oracle Corporation, and Ooredoo, to name a few. Our next panelist is Mr. Asad Al-Karusi. He is the Chief Operating Officer of Aliz Islamic Bank and a seasoned banker with over 16 years of experience in Islamic banking. Prior to his current role as a Chief Operating Officer, he was Acting Chief Operating Officer and Head of Strategy and Transformation. Preceding that, he held the position of Associate Vice President and Head of Islamic Products at Sohar Islamic Bank, following several senior-level roles at Mithaq Islamic Banking and Bank Muscat. Al-Karusi is renowned for his ability to master product development, process design, and re-engineering, while his expertise also extends to marketing and enhancing customer experience and engagement. He is also winner of the NTI BizPro Award for Oman's Young Business Leaders and Super Achievers in 2018. Walking up on stage, next is Mr. Vikesh Mirani. Vikesh joined Bank Dhofar as the Chief Financial Officer in September 2021. He is responsible for all financial affairs and is in charge of setting the financial strategy and planning for the bank. In his career spanning over 26 years, he has held various senior management roles in leading financial institutions regionally and internationally. Vikesh is an associate chartered accountant from the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. As His Highness spoke about the global trends and its impact on markets, we come to Oman, and and a recent economy update says Oman is set to become the fastest growing economy among the 6 GCC nations in 2023, with a 4.3% projected growth, according to a report by the World Bank. The report also indicates that Oman is expected to perform better than its fellow GCC nations. More positives are coming from the banking sector. The total net profits of the banks listed on Muscat Stock Exchange grew by 26.2% to 118.5 million riyals during the first quarter of 2023, compared to 93.8 million riyals in the same period of 2022. My first question is to the panelists is, give us an overview of the performance of your company and the outlook for the year ahead. I think we can start from Mr. Sivakumar.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and thank you, John, for having us here. It's always a pleasure to be in Muscat. It's just friendly people, and it just soothes you down anytime you just land in Muscat. So thank you. It's great to be here. In terms of your question, my company is called Simplify, which is an insurance technology company. And what we do is we help the insurance companies assess the risk of the different assets in a remote and automated manner. In terms of growth and performance, John, the question you were asking, as a startup, you can imagine the growth trajectory is a lot higher than larger, well-established companies. And mine is a B2B SaaS company, which then further accentuates that particular growth. So over the last year, quarter on quarter, it's been a phenomenal growth, quarter on quarter growth of over, three-digit kind of numbers. And what has happened in this year, particularly 2023 in the quarter one, is where we have seen significant issuance of projects and policies, right? So from a market perspective, what we see is that 2022 was more about understanding a little bit of caution in terms of should we kick off some projects or not. And I think in 2023, we are starting to see a floodgate open in terms of customers coming in. And I'm talking about this region, Oman included.
Mr. Basood, would like to add to that?
First of all, thank you for having me here this morning. So our firm, Phase Row, is a data science and AI consultancy. We have a dual mandate, I would say. One is that we solve high complexity, high value challenges for our enterprise customers, mainly in 3 verticals. So those are telco, energy, and financial services. These type of problems that we solve for are things like task allocation optimization, price modeling for various financial assets. The other mandate that we have actually is talent development. We see that there's a large opportunity in Oman, in the region, where we have what they call the sort of economic dividend or the demographic dividend. We have a young population with high potential, and we believe that we can put them into our structure and create a kind of let's say, high-performing technical talent that we can unlock to solve some of the unmet needs in the market. Now, in terms of our growth trajectory, we are a startup. We're still relatively early stage, so we're growing at a pretty healthy clip, maybe not at 3 digits per quarter, but certainly 2 digits, just because of the nature of our business model. It's a professional services company at the moment. We are looking to get into product, and so for us, we're very bullish on the outlook coming 2023. Specifically, kind of our core business is around data science, and AI. As you can imagine, the demand across all sectors is extremely high at the moment. So we're very bullish on 2023.
Thank you. Mr. Kohli?
I'll take this opportunity to thank OER for organizing such an excellent event and giving us excellent opportunity to listen to so insightful speakers like His Highness and Excellency Kimji. So the kind of insights which we had, that is really something which we can imbibe, and it gave us such a positivity of the way forward of Oman as an economy and as a geolocation that when we go back, we can have our strategy also built around it on the long to short term basis. When we talk about the insurance industry as a whole in 2022, Dhofar Insurance is the largest insurance company in Oman with largest reach. We are present in more than 42 locations all over the country, given to the smallest location to the largest, which is Muscat. So we are present everywhere. And our focus is on training of our employees. Our customer centricity is the main focus for us, and all our actions are centered around that. So with that, actionables which we did in 2022, the Dhofar Insurance came back with strong results in 22, with more than 19% growth in our top line business. And on the bottom line, we grew by more than 45%, which in the consideration of the insurance industry were very good results. When I compare it to the whole industry results for Oman in 2022, barring a few exceptions, all other companies suffered due to very high claim experiences in motor, which is primarily due to very high frequency of claims. After COVID, the traffic has increased on the road, and if we also ourselves now experience that the accidents are increasing on the road. So this is leading to very high claim experience, and the premium rates have not caught up with the increase in frequencies, which is leading to a lot of pressure on the bottom line of insurance companies. That's what we saw in 2022. When we look at for the first quarter results of 2023, Dhofar Insurance came back with positive results on the top line as well as growth on the bottom line as well. But when I compared with some of the peers which were significant, they came back with reduction in their profitability, which when I talked to them, I found out that again, motor insurance is a significant drain on the profitability of the insurance sector in Oman, and the industry as a whole has to do something about it. On the outlook of 2023, I would still say positive on the outlook. We have to balance our portfolio. We have to look at how the business is being performed, focus on digitalization, taking customer centricity in our focus, and how we can make it easy for customer to understand their insurance needs and then buy insurance as per their requirement. So insurance industry will do well on an not exceedingly well, but moderately well in 2023.
Thank you. Stanley?
First of all, I'm glad to be part of this panel, and thank you for the invitation. Being with OER, it is really a great opportunity. I'm presenting Wujha Real Estate Development. We are one of the real estate company. We started 10 years back, providing vast of product in Muscat. We've been through, all the ups and downs in terms of the economy, and, we see that, there's a great opportunity in terms of the demand, since the real estate, it is very dynamic sector, and it generates the demand by itself, and the outlook of 2023, we saw that, the demand is picking up, and we are so positive.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Asad?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much. Very happy and honored to be part of this panel discussion. Q1 was perfect for Al-Aziz Islamic Bank. On a year-to-year basis, we've been able to achieve around 70% in the credit portfolio and around 11% in the deposit side. And when it comes to net profit, we've been able to achieve around 23%. All that with the less operating expenses or minus operating expenses around 3%. So I think so far the year is promising. We choose to be optimistic, getting inspired by that presentation, insightful presentation from His Highness. However, there are challenges ahead of us, and we think this year will be a year of liquidity. There's liquidity tightness in the market, and we have seen significant increase in the card rates and in the deposit side. So I think it is a matter of liquidity this year, and Last year, the sector has achieved a remarkable net profit and with significant growth in the net profit. I don't think that the sector will be able to achieve the same performance this year, 2023. However, which is still choose to be optimistic, and we hope for best.
Thank you, Mr. Videsh. Thank you. Good morning, Your Excellencies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, John. And I do echo my fellow panelists, and thank you, OER, for organizing this seminar. I represent Bank Dhofar. My name is Vikesh Mirani. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. We are one of the leading banks here in Oman, and one of the reasons why I was on the stage a couple of minutes back was to receive an award for the fastest growing branch network. We now, as of yesterday, have a branch network of almost 96 branches, so we continue to expand our geographic footprint in the country. Bank Dhofar, of course, has been in business, for quite a while. We are a full-fledged commercial bank. In terms of our businesses, of course, the bank continues to not only expand its geographic footprint, but also look at digital technologies. So we have we did undertake a transformation journey earlier in 2016 and 17, which was then accelerated closer to the end of this decade, where we continue to invest in more digitized technology in order for us to improve the customer service experience. This is getting reflected in our performance as well. If I look at my 2022 numbers, my net profitability was 34 million, which was an increase of almost 36% as compared to the previous year. So we do see that growth trickling down in the bottom line, net bottom line, as we progress in 2023 as well. Of course, as the CFO, as financial experts, we do look at other multiple ratios, my capital adequacy ratios, my net interest margins, cost to income ratio, which is again a measure of efficiency, continues to improve in 2022 and 2023. If I have to look at 2023 and how we move ahead, His Highness Mr. Adam made a very excellent presentation, and so did His Excellency Mr. Pankaj Khimji. We do see growth coming in 2023, and if I just look at closer to home, which is my bank, our net profits was 10 million, which is an increase of almost 41% year on year. So, the bottom line continues to grow. Having said, we are, and as my fellow panelists just mentioned, seeing increased challenges from a liquidity perspective. So as we come out of COVID, we are seeing liquidity pressures built up mainly because of the interest rates going up. We've seen a sharp increase in interest rates, closer to almost 5% from near zero over the last 12 months. So that's obviously created some challenges from a banking book perspective in terms of how quickly you respond to those challenges. In addition to that, as we come out of COVID, credit again continues to be one of the key focus areas for banks. So I, as His Highness Dr. Adam mentioned, will be cynically cautious in the year 2023 and cautiously optimistic at the same time to see how we progress. Of course, if first quarter is to go by, as I said, the numbers have grown and shown a top line as well as a bottom line improvement, and we continue to focus on delivering value to our customers at the same time, generating that value for our shareholders. Thank you.
Mr. Asad, do you agree to that? Liquidity is still a concern.
Well, very much. We think, I think Q1 was very good in terms of performance so far, but we are a little bit cautious, and then all sensors are on, as if you are operating in an environment where every variable is moving, and you are watching everything. There are expectations from the investors, the board of directors. There are expectations from the customers. Expectations from the regulators and requirements, definitely. Expectations from within the organization, the employees and stuff. And so managing all this is not an easy job. And on top of that, the macroeconomic conditions are also changing rapidly and severely impacting the banking sector. So we think rest of the year will be a little bit challenging when it comes to mobilization of deposits, and we have seen that FD, fixed deposit for 1 year went all the way up to 5%, and some banks has offered 5.5%, which is extremely high. And at the same time, and we have seen in Ramadan that there was a kind of war, price war when it comes to financing or lending, especially to retail when it comes to car finance and home finance. So the competition is very tough. And so managing all this will not be an easy job. I think the priority is liquidity for all banks.
What are the challenges and opportunities for each of your industry? And how do you think we can open up the market for investors? Can start off from Ali.
Well, Oman, it is in the big radar of the investor. And we've been noticing this from last year and this year, provided that, we just easy up our regulation in terms of attracting the right investor. But still, we are facing an issue because I've been all over the Indian side continent and, East Africa. People, they don't have the awareness of Oman. There is no much promotion to attract the investors to come to Oman. And, highlighting on Excellence Pankaj, he's absolutely right. He's really putting his finger in the pain. People always, they ask, what we're going to do in Oman? But, when we start, explaining what is Oman and what is the opportunity, the stability, the sustainability as well, and the great opportunity and the remarkable profit they can make in this country comparing to other countries, it is significant. Provided that, we need to just to put extra effort to promote our country with a different approach. And, create a sort of campaign to attract all those people and, highlight the facilities and, the amenities that we have it in Oman, where all these, external investors or the expat, they don't know about it. So the country, from all aspects, it's in a very mature position. But it required some extra effort, either from the private sector or from the government sector, to put more effort in creating the awareness and promoting the country as a destination of investment, rather than just, containing ourselves within ourselves and, just try to find the negative part of the investment. Well, Oman, it is one of the main attractive destination. But we need to stand up. We need to highlight that. We need to participate in the international arena in all forms to attract and to create or come up with a campaign that will make people to come and to invest here.
Just a second. I think I'll put this question to His Excellency Pankaj. Would you like to respond to this? Not enough being done to promote Oman outside.
You've actually put me on the spot, haven't you? So, look, there's never enough that you can do, but I think what we need to be now doing is be focused, as you said, and as I said earlier. We need to kind of make sure that we're attracting the right kind of investment in the right kind of sectors that we want investment to come in, rather than being a generic marketing. So we've done a lot of generic marketing earlier. A lot of roadshows have gone on in both in East Africa and in India and subcontinent, but we've never really done a focused approach marketing, and I think that is going to, you will see this coming out, the new
strategy on marketing in these areas will come out in the next 3 to 6 months. That is what we're working on. So the go-to-market strategy, just like when you're launching a product, is exactly what we're working on. So we're working on that. That will come through very much. We've done our own little homework as a classroom homework ourselves, but we're also getting it endorsed that that is the right approach from an external agency as well.
Thank you, Excellent. But we need to coexist everywhere in terms of our physical presence, because we need to have more active in terms of our presence in all this country, because people, if you don't show up, people they will never put you in their priority.
That applies to both of us.
Yes.
As government and as private sector as well. It's no point me going out there and talking about Oman if you're not going to be there to handhold with people bringing them into Oman.
Well, we can initiate
So it has to be a two-way process. It applies to both of us, and I think the go-to-market strategy also has to be a two-pronged strategy.
It is bi-directional relationship instead of silo.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Kohli, would you like to add?
Insurance industry is dependent upon the economic growth of a country as well as the asset growth. Because if somebody has economic well-being is good, the person is growing economically, the person has assets, then only the insurance company will come and insure those assets. So our dependency is upon the economic growth, and we are now feeling very positive that the government is taking so many initiatives and so many projects are in the pipeline, which when they will be off the ground, those will come into the insurance sector for insuring those assets. That will bring new business for the insurance industry and also mitigate the risk for those particular assets into the question. So that is one part. So we definitely feel there is a huge potential which is coming up in times to come for the insurance industry to insure new assets. Also continuing as the new young Omani people are coming up and the population demography is now changing. So there is new need of the younger generation. Younger generation will grow, they will get jobs, they will be entrepreneurs, they will buy new houses, they will buy new cars, they will make some new industries. So all that new growth will come into the insurance sector for insuring those particular new generation. So that also is another opportunity for insurance industry which is there. The risk, on the risk side, there is the cyclone and other catastrophes which are coming in a more regular frequency in Oman. I think 5 to 10 years ago, there were very less cyclones which were coming, but now in last 5 to 10 years, we have seen every 1 to 2 years, one heavy rain or when a cyclone is coming, which is creating an impact and losses on the lives of people. The cyclone Shaheen affected a lot of people on the ground. Because previous cyclones, they affected assets of the establishments. But now this cyclone Shaheen, it affected homes of the people. So it was a very disruptive cyclone from the common people. So that is what is a risk and a particular thing which we have to mitigate as an insurance industry to adequately ensure the assets of our people, whether it's homes, whether it's the industry, whether it's cars, whether it's life, so that when these kind of cyclones or natural catastrophe hit us, we are there to support so that everyone can spring back and come back into the action and get their lives together, which applies on a common person, which employs on a taxi driver, on a pickup person, also on an industrial establishment which can be affected. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Masood. From a technology perspective, what are the challenges?
I mean, one I think was alluded to earlier, and it's rather obvious, but I'm going to state it, from our perspective, is the size of the market. As a startup, oftentimes you get challenged by investors. First question is, what's your TAM? What's your total addressable market? And if it's not large enough, they start to shy away and say, this is probably not going to be worth investing in, because even if you are successful and you scale, you're going to hit the roof of that TAM rather quickly. We have a rather small population of 4.5 million people. Our technology sector is very nascent. It's in the low single digits of kind of GDP percentage contribution. However, I am an optimist, so I'm going to flip that challenge into an opportunity. I think it does present an opportunity in that it is somewhat unattractive to larger kind of incumbent technology businesses here. just because of the opportunity cost of trying to enter such a small market. And that kind of opens up the space for the startups to kind of take a piece of the smaller market, get those, traction in this market, prove out your business model. And it's a more forgiving market in that sense because it's a lot smaller and you don't have the kind of the pressure of the incumbents. And once you get that product market fit, then you can kind of scale out of it. So you can kind of turn that challenge into an opportunity. I think another challenge that I see, or things that I would like to see more of, I think, is deeper tech in our market. And that's just, there are many kind of factors that go into it, but one of it is R&D spend. I would like to see a larger R&D spend as a function of our GDP. I think it's in the kind of sub 1% at the moment. Now that does not need to be totally borne onto the public sector. I think there are ways to do it indirectly, for example, through tax credits and tax incentive programs. Because these type of technologies that I see and we invest in abroad for my venture firm, they don't have an exact line of sight to profitability. And so the private sector gets a bit skittish about investing in something that might take 5 years until you see profitability. But without kind of these R&D programs, we're never going to get to the point where we can start to develop these kind of deep tech solutions upon which other industries build their solutions on top of. For example, as is in the zeitgeist right now, is these large language models. We wouldn't be able to build that without kind of these kind of R&D infrastructure. And I guess the last of which, as a challenge, but I see it constantly being ameliorated, is the labor market. I think there's still quite a bit of friction, particularly for ourselves. We're kind of very gung-ho on hiring local talent. That's part of our mission, is to develop that local talent base and create a kind of a high-skilled labor workforce that can compete regionally and globally. And I think there's still a little bit of friction that we can reduce. That way we can have more flexibility with our kind of managing our headcount. Because ultimately, as a startup, as a technology business, particularly a software business, our major kind of headline cost is labor. And so if we can have more flexibility over that, I think that would allow us to take on more risks. So if we see high potential individuals, it's less risky to take that chance on them. And then, of course, as the macro, micro kind of environment changes, you can kind of adapt rather quickly.
Mr. Siva?
Yeah. A few positives first before some of the challenges. One is, I think the government has played a significant role in trying to enable the country, the private sector, and everybody else in terms of technology, right? In terms of their funding, the investment funds on technology, and so on and so forth. And I think Oman in particular has done, the region in general has done really well. I think the other bit which is really, really useful, particularly on a technology side in terms of adoption, is the cloud infrastructure, right? I mean, most of the countries in the region have started to adopt cloud as a first way of approaching any technology adoption. In Oman, it's been a little slow. However, I think now with what I hear, AWS, for example, has signed an MOU as of December. You have the Oracle Hyperstate Cloud and so on and so forth. So I think that's going to see a good infrastructure that's going to accelerate the pace of digital adoption. Those are some of the positives. The other very, very tactical positive I see is across many organizations, they've all hired head of digital transformation, or they've brought in CTOs who are trying to drive this whole digital agenda, including right from the top at the CEOs, right? So I think these are all positives. In terms of challenges, I would think one of the important aspects is not to frame the technology versus job loss people story. Because to me, I think that's not a very constructive way of looking at it, but it's far from the truth. The bit about technology is, as my colleague said here, across the board, I'm sure across each one of your organizations, if you were to go around and ask, what is one of your topmost problems? And it would be about talent. It would be having the right people for the jobs to do what you have to do. And I think technology should be seen as an enabler to get things done and not frame it as if I bring technology, I'm going to lose some jobs and lose unemployment. I think that's fundamental to whether it's the policy discussions or it's at a individual private organization. And to me, that's a big, big issue.
Mr. Masood, you would like to respond to that? How can companies leverage technologies?
Absolutely, I completely agree with this. I mean, the talent question is the big one here, and I do think fundamentally the starting point is that I was reading a phrase recently, and they were talking about AI displacing, work and work opportunities, and really they say it's certainly an enabler, right? So it magnifies you. It magnifies your capabilities, does not displace or it augments. But in order to really unlock that value, I think when we talk about digital transformation, I think what often gets missed out in the discussion is the human transformation that needs to happen as well to then actually truly unlock the value of this new technology. So in total agreement there.
Mr. Kohli?
I think digitalization only enhances value. And I have worked earlier, many years ago, in an environment when the computerization and digitalization started from the manual times itself. And at that time, there was strong resistance from people, and they were talking about job losses, that if the computer comes, jobs will be lost. But when we have seen, after implementation, we have seen that it has only created more jobs and more opportunities, which only adds value to the society. So I strongly believe that technology adoption helps in the efficiency improvement, and we can focus on more qualitative areas rather than the manual areas. So it definitely enhances value for the organization.
Mr. Ali?
Well, technology, I'm biased to technology, but it is the only way to streamline your operation from the day of initiation, the idea, till the day of handing over your product to your client. It is very much associated, the technology. So you cannot neglect the contribution of technology in any successful business. So it is part of the success. This is how I consider it, because it enables you to benchmark, it enables you to forecast, especially now with artificial intelligence. It helps us how to position our product. It helps us as well to choose the right product for the right segment, and avoiding a lot of mistakes. So it is very, very important.
Mr. Sir?
Yeah, I think we have seen, because of the pandemic globally, there was lots of buy-in from the investors and from the management, executive management. They're more believing on digital transformation, be it cost transformation, be it technology transformation, be it whatever it is. And regionally and also locally, we have seen some of these trends. Some of the companies and banks have adopted and started implementing lots of technologies in order to transform. And I think it is just a matter of how we use the technology in order to better create offerings for our customers. How can technology can help us in order to make a better customer experience? So it is just not a matter of using technology for marketing and for media, for wow factor. It is a matter of what value that you create for your customers and how the technology can help you to differentiate yourself. And I think the future is about differentiation, about value creation, and about customer experience using technology. Whatever the technology is, be it AI, be it blockchain, be it whatever it is. So we see all these trends happening in the West. I don't think everything can be applicable, and we can just simply take whatever is there. And the context is totally different. The set of regulations are totally different. The legal infrastructure is also different. So they work there because of the context and because of the environment, and also because of the accumulated customer experience there. But yet, I think there's lots of space for banks to adopt technology for the sake of our transformation agenda.
Mr. Vikesh? Is ChatGPT a threat?
Okay. If you look at ChatGPT or any AI-driven solutions, and I go back to the comments that my fellow panelists have made, technology integration of AI, ChatGPT, and other such platforms, I believe are definitely only going to improve the customer experience. Yes, it is like a co-pilot of sorts which is sitting with me, which is supporting my business. Now, back though far, if you really look at it, as I was talking about the digital transformation that we undertook, we are trying to marry that with the geographical footprint expansion that we are trying to do. And that gives me a perfect sticky fit when it comes to, my customer experience. So here I'm expanding my branch network to, reach out to my customers. I'm improving my digital, integration or digital penetration with the customers. So you get a very strong, sticky relationship. Then that ultimately helps both the customer as well as, the banks as such. If I look closer to my own department, we rolled out a few robotic processes, and that has led to significant improvement, both in terms of the turnaround time as well as the controls. So yes, one thought process could be that you are having a situation where some of the jobs may be lost, or the opportunities may get limited. Having said, if you don't do this, the market will force you to do this. So it is better you yourself are prepared to actually drive that change, and the human resources are such that, and particularly what I'm seeing in here in Oman, they scale up to respond to that kind of a challenge. So I think it is a good thing. And we need to adopt it well, and ultimately it's going to benefit both our customers as well as the institution as well as the human resources of the country, and it makes us more global in a way. So that's how I see this.
I think we'll wind up the session soon. In the closing remarks, can you just tell us one or two suggestions? One or two suggestions on building a roadmap for a responsible and resilient business in Oman.
Okay, I mean, I've had an opportunity to work in multiple geographies and some of the large institutions outside of Oman and now in Oman. One thing I definitely see here is there's a safe environment that the country has to offer to the businesses. There's a wonderful, well laid out infrastructure that's already available to the businesses. So it's definitely something that, and when I'm talking about infrastructure, I'm talking about the financial industry, the regulatory oversight, the policy level support, which is available to the investors, to the businesses. So that's the fundamental foundation for the businesses to thrive. Obviously, generic speaking, if I look at businesses, what is important, you need to have a capital market. His Excellency Kimji talked about, the Asian subcontinent, domestic markets, etc. So that's again something that's very much within our reach. We've talked about some of the challenges that the industry is facing, and I think that applies to pretty much everyone. As we move into 2023, some of the key challenges that we are going to face is definitely from a liquidity perspective. This is something that becomes important. So if I'm a banker, if I'm looking at industries and how I rate industries, anything which is reasonably managing its liquidity well, the cash flows are good, the capital associated with the industry is good. So I think that definitely becomes a plus point, for that particular industry. So I think, these are some thoughts I would want to leave with the industry in terms of, how we want to approach, doing business, at least definitely in 2023, given the challenges that we are facing. Of course, we have the right, as I said, set of infrastructure and the tools, and how we basically maximize that and make sure that, we have the right business, to respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan.
Thank you. I think this is applicable to all business. Sorry, go ahead. You would like to
Just
make a different question?
Make it short.
Yes. I think profitable growth is more important than just simple growth for the sake of acquiring a market share, especially in the difficult times when GDP growth is very slowing down and economic growth is slowing down. Being aggressive or taking aggressive growth is not advisable. I don't think so. So make a profitable growth, manage your costs, the key aspects of your growth costs, especially the operating expenses, and definitely use technology for the transformation agenda.
Thank you. Mr. Ali?
Well, for me, my sincerely suggesting to have Oman deserve to have a sustainable economy, and that sustainable economy will manage to generate a demand, and by generating the demand, we need to have more population, so we need more people, and this is what we are seeking today as an economy. In order for us to scale up any business, we need a human being factor. And the human being factor, either we import it or we generate it here by way or other in order for us to have very sustainable and self-generated market.
Mr. Kohli?
I see a lot of advantages in Oman. So there is a great locational advantage with great sea line, lot of ports availability. It can be a window or door opening to a lot of locations. That's a great advantage. Location advantage. There is a land availability advantage. There is a manpower availability advantage. There is excellent infrastructure advantage. There is a comparative cost advantage compared to the other locations. There is also advantage of availability of certain raw materials which are readily available here. Plus, there is availability and advantage of a stable government, stable tax regime. So I see a whole lot of advantages which are available in Oman and which can be harnessed by setting up manufacturing industry here, which one gives you a value add profit. Instead of exporting raw material, we are exporting products which gives much better value add profit to the industry. It gives lot of employment generation opportunities. Because when you do manufacturing, there is a lot of requirement of manpower. So lot of jobs can be created in manufacturing industry. That is the one other thing which we do. So that is one thing which is very must for us if we want to grow the economy, if we want to generate jobs. Number two, we can set up a financial hub here. Because our costs are low in many areas, our infrastructure is excellent, connectivity is excellent, our airport is excellent. So we can easily set up a financial hub here where a lot of companies may be encouraged to come and set up shop here, which can help at a lower cost compared to the other regional areas. So that is the other area we can do. Number three, we have to look at, from the insurance perspective, we can go into individual agent model, which is there in many of the large economies. That will also give jobs to people where we can train individual agents by 100 hours training or some training. They can pass certain exams and after that they can sell insurance. So instead of company, when we give it to individuals with proper certification, that will again create a lot of jobs in the industry.
Thank you. Mr. Masood?
I'll keep it rather brief. Just two tips for a reasonable and resilient roadmap, right? I would say one, just keep in mind ESG. So make sure that you're thinking about ESG as a through line to whatever roadmap it is that you're creating. And the other I would say is, the best, most resilient plans are ones that give the most optionality till the last possible moment. And so one way to do that is to actually, again, have that as part of your BAU, part of your business as usual. So I've seen some organizations post-pandemic, they still maintain a flexible, workforce. Let's say that, 2 times a week in the office, 2 times at home. It sounds trivial, but what that does is that in the event, God forbid, we have another event, it's very close to business as usual, so it does not disrupt your business. We have the same thing with in the IT sector with disaster recovery. I've seen now some companies, instead of doing a drill once every quarter, once every year, they do it, every other month. They actually flip over to their disaster recovery servers, and now when it needs to actually be flipped over, it's just, again, business as usual, so it kind of minimizes the disruptions.
Thank you. Mr. Siva?
Yeah, I see you getting so many notes to close this panel, so I'll keep it very brief. All the good things have been said, right, in terms of what to do. I just have 2 specific things, and it's sometimes important to be honest to ourselves and really say what are some of the key issues. So it may not be, sort of nice to hear, but I feel one important aspect, particularly in the Omani context, would be, I think the urgency of getting things done. I think genuinely we have to introspect ourselves in whether it's the organizations or in departments and so on, and see what is the pace at which we are trying to move forward. Which generally, as somebody who's coming in from the outside, looking at organizations here and looking at other countries, one thing which hits me hard is there are things that are very, very positive in Oman, but one of the things that I would like to be transparent and share is the pace at which certain things get done is not the best of it, which is something that is important if you're trying to grow at a particular trajectory and an ambition. The second thing I would say, which was mentioned by His Highness in the morning, is about focus. I think every organization needs to know what are the things that they have nice to have and what are their core parameters and start to focus on it, which will be really helpful. Thank you.
Great ideas. That brings us to the end of the panel session. Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your incisive insights. Can we have a huge round of applause for everyone in the panel?
So UMS is organizing the IEEE Oman Power Talks 2023, which is Oman's Power and Energy Forum from May 22nd to the 24th. The forum is organized under the auspices of the Ministry of Energy and Minerals, and it's an exclusive national platform for power and energy professionals, showcasing and sharing knowledge on new technologies and best practices in power generation, transmission, and distribution, as well as focusing on renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy storage. Let's look at this short film. Also, as part of UMS's CSR initiatives, we're going to be publishing the 2023 edition of Jawharat Oman, a chronicle of incredible Omanis with extraordinary achievements. The previous editions of Jawharat Oman since its launch in 2010 have featured over 250 such amazing Omani achievers. The publication will also feature companies that have gone beyond their business interests to pursue policies and programs aimed at building the human talent, improving their skill sets, and empowering them to achieve greater heights of success. Now, today's post-lunch, we have a special workshop on driving a high-performance culture for growth. It will be conducted by Ms. Sangeeta Shankaran, a Chief Financial Officer turned a business and leadership coach. We invite you all to join the workshop. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to bring in our next presenter, which is Mr. Ali Talib Al-Farsi. He's the head of strategy planning at Ithka Group. Prior to Ithka, he worked as an investment associate with Oman Investment Authority. And in 2018 to 2019, he was on a one-year secondment by OIA to Oman, India's joint investment fund in Mumbai. He's an investment professional with international and local experience with current roles that entail, but not limited to group strategy planning, implementation, sourcing deals, analyzing, conducting due diligence, structuring, negotiation, and executing transactions. He has a wealth of experience in private equity deals and greenfield projects. Mr. Ali has worked on a number of transactions related to greenfield projects, such as investment of $260 million in establishment of the mineral company and $1.3 million investment in the formation of a commercial port operator, among others. Now, similarly, he has worked on direct deals and divestments as well. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Ali Talib Al-Farsi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I honestly did not expect this kind of introduction. However, thank you very much for it. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Very interesting topic that I'm planning to cover today. That's around emerging technologies. They've been captivating our economy. It's a captivating topic due to their profound impact in our world. In this era of rapid advancements, emerging technologies are shaping our future in a unique way, from artificial intelligence to blockchain, from virtual reality to renewable energy. These technologies, marvels, have the power to reform industries, enhance human lives, and address pressing global challenges. As we all witnessed lately in the COVID-19 pandemic, the emerging technologies proved their business resilience when it comes to such challenges. So I think it's only fair to start with the backbone of our future and our current roadmap. That's Oman 2040 vision. IFCA has been spearheading the efforts to make the required changes for the Sultanate to drive the national goals of Oman 2040 visions in the ICT and emerging technologies component. And that to be guided by the main three blocks of the vision that are around people and society, economy development, governance, and institutional performance. Derived from these three blocks that we consider as the foundation, Oman ICT strategy was developed with four main focused areas. Those focused areas are around digital infrastructure, digitalization, the ecosystem, as well as digitalizing the capabilities of the market. Of course, with having the right institutional governance. Unfortunately, His Highness earlier today did not left me with anything to say when it comes to the economic indicators. However, we believe that Oman exhibits a healthy business operating score with a fairly stable inflation rate, looking at the uncertain global economic climate. When it comes to the ICT market in Oman, we expect a growth of 4.4 billion by 2030, which emerging technologies consist of 29% of that growth. The lion's share of this growth is basically going to be for the cybersecurity and cloud components. And when we also compare this growth to the regional growth, we see that the projections also be manifested in Oman's economy with expected growth of 6.1% by 2030. This growth is basically being driven by the increase of overall demand for digitalization, also the wide connectivity and adoption of 5G, as well as the rising penetration of emerging technologies. And to foster the growth in emerging technologies and to enable the national ICT strategy, OIA back in 2019 established IDCA Group to basically capture the potential of the fourth industrial revolution with a vision of becoming a driving force in propelling Oman's ICT sector and the mission of contributing to Oman's diversification and sustainable growth by unlocking the full potential of ICT through strategic investments, partnerships, and fostering local talent. In IDCA, we have 5 main areas inspired by our vision and mission, and they're basically to invest into empowering 4IR technologies, establish a lean structure, enable market growth, complement them rather than compete in the market, as well as the fostering the local talent. This is a snapshot of IDCA Group. It's basically 100% owned by Oman Investment Authority. We have managed to generate 35 million Omani riyals in terms of revenues last year. We have more than 5 subsidiaries operating and empowering more than 300 employees. We're basically an investment firm that looks after technologies and 4IR kind of focus. We look for strategic partnership and direct kind of acquisitions in the emerging technologies. We position ourselves as a catalyst in the ecosystem of technologies. So basically, we are trying to enable the private sector and leverage on their expertise, as well as maintain or implement the government digitalization mandate going forward. We have managed to invest in a quite diversified portfolio. We're buoyed by our biggest investment, that is Amman Broadband Company. We're also existing in the passive wireless infrastructure, and that's through Amman Towers. We have also established a satellite company, that's Amman Space Technologies, to fulfill the national requirements of the satellite going forward and hopefully launch our first national satellite. We have OTF, who's playing a very important role in the ecosystem, and specifically with the empowering the startups in Amman. We have Ansor Technologies, very interesting company. The company is known for its computer products. However, they have a very strong R&D arm when it comes to the IoT, machine learning, and AI. Interesting fact about the company is that they've recently invented a technology of 3D embedded in their laptops without the need of glasses, and that technology today is being exported to the US. When it comes to blockchain, we have another arm, that is Frontier Tech. Frontier Tech basically has been working very closely with the banking sector recently to implement these technologies in the systems. When it comes to the IT services, we have OSUS, Rihal, and DTM. OSUS is basically a tailor-made ERP system company. The company already started to export their expertise to the region as well as to Europe. We have also Rihal. Rihal is known for their robotic data management kind of services. They're also expanding regionally. And we have DTM, a recently established company that's looking after the digitalization mandate of the government and working very closely with the Ministry of Transportation and Information Technologies to have Amman e-government systems in place. We also invest in funds. We have recently invested in 3 funds. Our first investment in fund is basically in Phase Ventures, who's capturing the regional and local early stage venture capital companies. We have recently invested in Cypher Capital, Amani fund that's led by Amani GPs. But this fund, what's interesting about it is that they invest in the US as well as other markets in the world. A few weeks ago, we have invested in Oryx Fund, a MENA-focused fund backed by Hambro Perks, an international investment firm to invest in the MENA region with an allocation to Amman. This is basically a snapshot of our achieved milestones as of December 22. So we are happy to share that we have increased our allocation when it comes to 4IR investments, 4 times more than our existing plan, to up to 52 million Ammani riyals in the upcoming 5 years. And we have already deployed 15 million last year in 4IR investments. We're also happy to share that our subsidiary OTF managed to invest in more than 150 multi-stage companies. More than 90 companies are Ammani startups. We have strike a strategic alliance with ADQ recently to invest in Ammani fund that is called Jisur 2. The contribution will be for this fund is 155 million. We have also extended our relationship with Oracle to invest in a secondary site center with an investment of 10 million. And to wrap up my today's presentation, I hope that I have managed to shed light on emerging technologies, market outlook, as well as capturing the potential and the role of IDCA going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ali Talib Al-Farsi. Please give it up for Mr. Ali. A big round of applause. I'd now like to invite on stage Mr. Vimal Kumar, President, Liveplex Inc., a Silicon Valley company in the Web 3.0 space. Liveplex delivers middleware infrastructure for companies looking to digitally transform to the metaverse and to Web 3.0. Now, prior to this, he was the Chief Executive Officer of Airtel Money, a fintech operating in 14 countries in Africa, delivering financial inclusion and promoting digital payments. Mr. Kumar was also the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Digital Officer of Retail and Business Banking at Barclays, Africa, covering 10 banks in 9 countries. He has more than 28 years of experience in running retail and business banking and fintech in senior leadership roles with leading financial institutions like Barclays, Standard Chartered, ANZ Bank, ABN AMRO, Mashreq, ABSA, Airtel Money in Asia, Middle East, and Africa. Please help me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Vimal Kumar.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity. I know this subject that we're going to speak to, I don't want to bore you with a lot of slides. Sometimes it becomes death by PowerPoint in conferences. But the idea really is to expose you to technologies that are coming. These are technologies that are fundamentally transforming human interactions. These are technologies that are fundamentally replacing existing belief systems and the existing ways in which we interact with each other and interact between institutions. I'm often asked, what is Web3? I mean, everyone's heard of Web3. I don't think there's anybody here who's not heard of the metaverse or the Web3. But people generally struggle in understanding or explaining what that actually means. I just want to take 2 minutes to just give you the context so what comes later does not sound too technical and heavy, because it is technical at the end of the day. And what I want to say really is I was not a technologist. For 9 years, I ran banks and telecom companies and fintechs before I started adopting and moving myself to becoming a proponent for new technologies. So it's not a difficult field. It seems difficult at first, but once you get the concept, it's easier for you to understand. So what is Web3? For that, you have to understand the journey of the web. In the 70s and 60s, our parents, they carried a wallet and they carried cash. That is how you did commerce. And that was Web 0. Because literally there wasn't anything driving commerce. There was no technology, there was no computers, no network, nothing. Then in the 80s, when internet came off being used by the US military into the more public domain, that became Web 1. And in the 80s, essentially everybody was just creating content and putting it on the web, and all you could do is just read content. There was nothing else there. That was Web 1. Web 2, the big technology companies of today got very smart and they said, we need to control this. And they started building the next generation of the internet where they started controlling the content, they started controlling customer data, they started controlling customer interactions, and therefore emerged the big companies like Google and Facebook and all these big US tech giants that are today sitting at trillions and trillions of dollars of valuation, essentially using data from people like you and me. That became the second version of the internet. And a further enhancement happened when you started doing trade and e-commerce using your physical cards, Bitcoin, tokens, etc., to drive commerce between two entities. However, that commerce even today goes through the big tech companies. If I want to do commerce with you, I have to necessarily go through an intermediary. It's either a big tech company or an aggregator. So that is the situation where we are today. What Web3 chooses to do is Web3 wants to revert back by giving more independence to individuals so that individuals can talk to brands and brands can talk to individuals without anybody in the middle. So the Web3 philosophy seeks to eliminate the middleman. It seeks to eliminate these big tech companies. And that is really where the whole concept of metaverse or the alternate reality started to emerge. I'm sure all of you here have watched The Matrix. 25 years back, The Matrix was one of the biggest Hollywood blockbusters, which came up with the concept of how an alternate reality gets created by intelligent machines. And humans believe that that is their real world, when it is not. The metaverse was born out of that thought. And what does the metaverse do? The metaverse is essentially trying to create your digital twin in an alternate reality. Our keynote speaker, His Excellency, talked about the Alice going down a rabbit hole. This is not really a rabbit hole. But what it does is it creates a reality for you, which is all of us sitting here, and the alternate reality, which is your digital twin interacting very differently in the digital space. So imagine if this conference was also being run parallelly in the metaverse. Your digital identity there would be interacting with the others far more than you are interacting today with the members sitting here. So we had a coffee break. I don't know how many of you really went out of your way to go and get yourself introduced to people you never knew or you had never met. Because there is always a reluctance as a human being. But when you're in a digital space, in the metaverse, you do not feel that shy. Your digital identity is free to roam around and create connections. So the social interaction improves that much better. And that's really where the world is headed. That is really where technology is headed. And what I'm going to talk to you here is not about the technology. It's about how each of you, coming from different industries, can actually adopt and put Web3 into your commercial strategy. Because that's the most important part, is how do you use new technologies to drive greater customer experience, create new economies, and thereby adopt the world that is coming to us. So that's really what I wanted to do in the intro, so it gives you a better context rather than just going through a few slides, which I appreciate. Too many slides also becomes problematic in a conference. There are three things to always remember when you look at or when you talk about the metaverse or Web3. And the three things are really, there's blockchain. Blockchain is, you've got to look at blockchain as the rails on which everything will run. So the most common thing that people understand is cryptocurrency. If you talk about Bitcoin, you know all the stuff that happens with digital currencies. The entire digital currency ecosystem is powered by blockchain. Without blockchain, a digital currency will not work. So the fundamental rail that drives Web3 and Metaverse is blockchain. You have to adopt to blockchain to create a secure environment, to create an immutable ledger that is permissionless and assures safety and security. So the first concept to understand is blockchain. Now, blockchain there are several blockchains out there. It doesn't matter which one you adopt. Technologies today are absolutely interoperable and can integrate with any blockchain. The second is smart contracts. What are smart contracts? They're just computer programs. These programs sit on the blockchain and they execute what they're meant to do. Again, no human interaction. When the conditions are met, the program self-executes. So it takes away the possibility of any tampering, takes away the possibility of fraud, automates the process. The greatest examples of smart contracts are really in the whole supply chain automation. Today, supply chain is a very broken process in all your industries. It is a problematic process. It's fraught with risk, fraud, a lot of corruption. Blockchain and smart contracts completely eliminate that. The third concept are really the digital assets. Now, digital assets can be anything. Cryptocurrency is obviously the one that everybody knows. You can create your own tokens. You can click a photograph of yourself, if you're a celebrity, put it on blockchain and start selling it and make money. If you've got a particular music which only you have access to, that becomes a digital asset. In a university scenario, the credentials of the students, along with the notations from the faculty, become your digital asset. And these digital assets then move with you through your life. Wherever you go, they move with you. So this is how really the new commerce and the new economy is getting built around Web3. So if these three concepts are properly understood, then in your individual areas, it stimulates a better opportunity for you to think through how you want to adopt or put this into your strategy. So what we do in LifePlex is we were incorporated in the Silicon Valley. My co-founders are in the US. I'm based in Dubai. We enable entities to move from their Web 2 to their Web 3. So we built a technology that plugs into your Web 2 and takes you to Web 3 fairly seamlessly, depending on which industry you're sitting in and what are your customer journeys and use cases. So that's really what we do. How do we do it? It's very simple. We build the infrastructure for you because we've got APIs. We build the infrastructure. We create the experiences. His Excellency earlier spoke about the metaverse. The metaverse is really the experience. It's like the skin on your body. Without the skin, you can't feel your body. Without the metaverse, you can't feel the Web3. Metaverse is where you create your digital identity. You create the 3D model, somebody that looks like you. You can put the clothes that you want on that model. You can put the shoes, the bags, whatever. That's your digital identity. The metaverse creates the experience for you. So we build that experience for you, for the user journeys. We help you monetize your assets. Now, whether they are digital wallets, smart contracts, whatever ecosystem you want to create for your clients and for your businesses, we help you monetize them on the Web3. And lastly, the big part is what I said earlier, is the way Web3 is changing is that rather than two people talking to each other as friends, the concept is more about a community. So you start building communities of people in the web, in the metaverse. So brands are now beginning to realize that advertising is not enough. The young population that is coming, which we now call as Gen Z. Gen Z are Zoomers. They're called the Zoomers. They were earlier millennials. Millennials have now become Zoomers. Zoomers are those that are in the age group of 18 to 24. Now, this is really the core target audience for most brands now. It's not gray people like me. We're all a dying breed. No brand wants to chase us anymore. The brands want to chase the younger crowd. The younger crowd wants a different experience. They don't want to do business the way their parents did or their grandparents did. They don't want to go queue up into shops. They want everything instant, gratification, testing, feeling. That's the whole concept of the metaverse. And the communities that the brands want to create is really to bring all these people together and engage them. The best example of this, and all of you can look through it in the internet, is Adidas, which is the sporting brand, created a metaverse called the swoosh. You know the Adidas symbol, which is like a swoosh. They've created a metaverse called the swoosh. What they're doing there is that they're generating limited edition Adidas shoes that you don't find in retail stores, and they're selling it in the metaverse at 10 times the price. A $300 shoe is selling for $3,000 in the metaverse. What they do is that they send you the physical shoe to your home or your office, and your 3D model gets the shoe free. So the 3D model in the metaverse is wearing the same shoe that you're wearing outside. So by doing that, they are attracting a new generation of buyers who were never available for Adidas, who never thought of Adidas. They went to other brands because they thought those brands were cooler. And that's really the concept of engaging. Client engagement by brands without anybody in the middle. There's no Google in the middle. There's no Facebook in the middle. Adidas and you. That's how the communities are getting created. And that's how brands in the future will engage with each other. So over the last number of months that we've been active, we've built use cases for about 18 industries. And they're all listed here. It kind of captures 80% of the significant domains and significant industries. And we worked with clients globally to build use cases which are at this stage, which are in a stage of entering production. So I'm just going to talk to a few of them which are relevant. There isn't enough time to take you through all 18, but these are interesting ones. Banking and insurance, huge opportunity, huge use case, because fundamentally the impact of blockchain will come most in banking and in financial services, because blockchain will give rise to what is called as decentralized finance, which means if you and I want to do banking, you don't need a bank necessarily in the middle. We can do it with each other through blockchain. So the impact on banks and financial institutions is going to be the most as this technology builds. So JP Morgan Chase, which is the biggest bank in the world, they started this journey seeing the threat of blockchain. And what they've done is they've gone and built a branch in the metaverse in the US. So there is a tiger. When you enter that metaverse, there's a tiger there. And that tiger is their icon that takes you through the metaverse. So clients can now go into that metaverse and buy everything that they could go into a branch and do. And the whole ecosystem is powered by blockchain. It is powered by Web3 technologies. So JP Morgan went first, and then a lot of the US banks have followed. HSBC has followed. There are plenty of banks in the Middle East and now in Africa who are beginning to move and start putting out malls in the metaverse where customers can go and really experience a proper digital branch, do all the transactions, and get themselves engaged, buy and sell products exactly how they would get served in a branch. In the insurance sector, it's slightly different. A lot of the insurance companies are now looking at cost optimization, and they're putting their claim servicing and their customer servicing onto the metaverse. So we're working with Prudential, which is one of the largest insurance companies in the world, in the US, and we're building the entire front end for them to drive their customers into the metaverse, to do their claim settlement, to do their customer service, and to also start selling investment products. So insurance companies are now beginning to move in a very different direction. If we move industry to telecom is a huge use case because of the number of customers they serve. Telecom guys obviously have more number of customers than most other industries. In the telecom space, what's interesting is the metaverse and Web3 will actually drive a lot more of their data and data center usage, because this is very heavy on data. You need a lot of bandwidth to drive a proper metaverse and a proper Web3 capability. So it's very beneficial for telecom companies to start pushing their clients towards adopting Web3, because the downside impact of that is that it drives their data volumes up and therefore drives their revenue. We're working with AT&T in the United States, again, one of the biggest telecom companies. What AT&T is doing is very different. AT&T is essentially creating a marketplace in the metaverse where they're calling all their enterprise clients to come and build their metaverses on top of it. So they are working with us to create that platform, and then they're inviting their clients to come, and instead of going and spending money, they're saying build on AT&T. And what AT&T sees, obviously, is that they get the advantage of greater computing, therefore greater usage of data, and therefore greater revenues. So telecom is again, a very huge opportunity. The next is really education. So we're working with INSEAD, which, as you know, is one of the most prestigious institutes globally. What INSEAD wants to do is two things. One, they want to put all their donor funding in the future on the metaverse. So they want to use the metaverse to really get more donor funding in. And the most important is the whole credentials of students, the onboarding of the students, their degrees, the transcripts, what the tutors say about them. The whole package is now going onto blockchain as a smart wallet, which will move with the student as the student moves out of the university, goes to the next job, and to the next job, the smart wallet follows. So we are now beginning to push the education sector a lot, because even from a classroom experience perspective, you don't need to get everybody sitting here physically. You can do the whole classroom training on the metaverse. It's far more cheaper, very effective, and much better than a Zoom or a Teams experience. So the education sector is really a very key area of growth. The public sector, huge opportunity. What we're doing with the public sector is really we're working with one of the governments in the Middle East to put the land records onto blockchain. So when you put the land records onto blockchain, it becomes immutable. It becomes very difficult to replicate or to do anything improper on it. The second use case we are working on is that we're looking at social grants being put on through the blockchain and therefore into the metaverse. And by doing that, what you do is that you protect the customer's identity and the customer's data is remaining with him rather than getting misused by others. What happens today in Web 2? Every time you want to go log in, they ask you for your name, phone number, email. So they're storing your information and then they're trolling you. Through cookies, they troll you through the internet. And whatever you do, it's the big tech companies that begin to benefit. So here we are working with the governments to create a more safer environment. And in Europe, we are working with another government to see if their election process can be tamper-free. So we are working on a very exciting use case to essentially prevent any tampering during elections. On the engagement side, this is a brand called JBL. Those of you who are into music will know JBL. JBL wants to essentially get into the metaverse to start selling their music products, to start selling their music videos. And we're working with them to build the entire metaverse front end. What it does for them is that it improves the interaction with the customers, and it's also helping them to drive a certain loyalty program. So as they are bringing in more fans onto their system, they're able to engage them through a loyalty program which kind of stays with the client, and the client can then keep coming back to redeem those loyalty program points that get generated. In terms of the gaming, it is the biggest use case. It was actually the first use case that went onto the metaverse. Those of you who are gamers, you'll understand wearing those goggles. The experience is completely different than when you're playing on your laptop or on your phone. So gaming was actually one of the first use cases that got onto the metaverse. A lot of you who have teenage kids, I'm sure some of them have those goggles. It is a completely stunning experience that you get. Gaming companies are all beginning to get onto the metaverse. The most important thing about getting onto the metaverse with gaming is that your digital identity then can move between games. You don't have to create different identities as you move between games. It's the same identity that moves across. So what you earn in one game can move with you and go into the next game. And that is what the gaming community is very excited about. It means that you're not losing a customer from one game to another. The customers are just moving freely between games and transferring their credentials. And therefore, it's driving a lot more transactions, and it's driving a lot more value. So gaming is a huge activity. The GCC itself, in the Middle East, we anticipate about 400 million people who are active gamers of some sort. Whether it's Candy Crush or they're more involved 3D games, the reality is people like gaming. On the loyalty and rewards, we are working with a very large supermarket chain in Hong Kong. They run a loyalty program called YW. And what we are doing for them is we've completely taken their loyalty program onto the metaverse. We've created the whole mall that they have on the metaverse, including the stores. And as clients walk through, they start earning loyalty points even before they've started their purchase. So the AI that we've built for them, that AI is able to intelligently choose for the clients what's the next best product. So it's like a recommender engine, and it begins to start recommending products for clients. And they are seeing a good uplift in the activity with the proposition that we presented to them. So in essence, what loyalty does is that you're able to bring this close community into a state where they begin to start engaging more and more because they're seeing instant benefit rather than waiting for a longer period of time to get something. Airline points and all these other point programs that we are all part of takes a long while for you to get anything out of it. But here, the Web3 experience, you're seeing the product right in front of you. The recommender engine gives you the product while you're shopping. So it's a different kind of experience that we've created. And this is really for a company in Hong Kong. Lastly, on employee onboarding, it's kind of common for everybody, any industry. Like in the case of universities, you can actually change your entire employee onboarding, employee training, the employee technology orientation. You can take the whole experience onto the metaverse. It kind of creates that binding contract between the employee and the company. The credentials are safe, the identity is safe, very little chances of fraud, and you can really manage the digital identity of your employees in a much smoother and in a safer manner than you do today. So employee onboarding is becoming big. We're working with one of the biggest companies in the world. I mean, we are under non-disclosure, so I can't give you the name. And they want to take their entire employee onboarding globally onto the metaverse. And we're talking tens of thousands of people who will move onto that onboarding experience. So I wanted to stop here. Like I said, I don't want to bore you much. I know some of us are standing between you and lunch. So it'll be unfair to kind of go on and on. We could actually speak about this for many hours, but maybe I'm a little too passionate. The idea for me was to just put some food for thought into your minds as you step out today. The idea was not to completely educate you and hope that you'll start talking Web3 and Metaverse as you leave this room. But seeding the thought in your mind helps us have a discussion on how we can potentially help you design your commercial strategy around the Web3 and Metaverse in the future. And I think that was the objective of this quick 20 minutes. I'm available through the day. If any of you want to have a specific conversation, very happy to do that. I keep coming back to Oman, so I really look forward to deeper engagements. And I thank you for being patient, and I do hope that I've been able to get across a few messages. My final message is very simple. The question of Web3 and Metaverse is not if. The question of Metaverse and Web3 is how soon. And I think we should all be prepared for it. It's a disruptive technology, and I'm quite fascinated by what I've seen so far. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope to be here around to answer any other questions. Thank you.
So a big round of applause to Mr. Vimal, please. Our next presenter is Mr. Venkatesh Palakad, Principal Consultant and Business Head of RAP Consultancy, an HR consulting firm operating out of the Middle East. He is a senior HR professional with 33 years of international experience, out of which 20 years have been with senior positions with large groups in the Middle East. He's been in senior HR roles with MB Holding, Kimji Ramdas Group, Oman Air, and Air India. He's the founder and director of RAP Consulting, a boutique consulting firm based out of Oman, and works with several clients in the Middle East. He currently works on several projects in the areas of people productivity, HR technology, HR functional excellence, and talent digitalization. RAP was recently awarded the Most Promising Cloud Technology Company Award, and Mr. Palakad has, to his credit, several publications as well. And to name a few, he has authored a chapter on competencies for finance professionals for a book published by the College of Banking and Financial Studies in Oman. His study on leadership competencies in Oman was recently published in the Westford University Journal in the UAE. And in appreciation of his contribution towards the HR profession, he was awarded the Global Training and Development Award by the Global HRD Congress in 2019. He was also featured as one of among the 100 most talented global HR professionals by the CHRO Asia in their publication dated February 2015. And he was featured in a book of inspiring biographies which was recently published in Oman. Please help me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Venkatesh Palakad.
Good afternoon, everybody. The summit is moving from business to HR, and I'm kind of starting the summit with the presentation. So I think the business participants spoke a lot on everything moving to technology, everything moving to metaverse. We are speaking about very specific use cases of onboarding, getting into metaverse, etc. But the key take is that you're going to see a lot of data generated out of all this, which we as HR professionals need to deal with. Yeah? So today, I'm going to specifically speak on a very, very important subject, which is very, very passionate to me, which is on taking HR decisions anchored on data, right? There's a general say that as HR professionals, we are a little bit afraid of numbers, right? We are not very conversant with numbers. If somebody has to destabilize you, throw some numbers at you, and you kind of get fluttered, etc. So working with numbers, working with data is one very important competency which as HR professionals we should develop. And today I'm going to very quickly take you through some features of working with data. So in today's fast-paced world, what basically remains is a change, right? Change in consumer behavior, change in ways of organization operating, all this in this ever-changing landscape, HR professionals are moved from administrators to playing a very critical role as strategic partners. Yeah? And when you have to play a role as a strategic partner, one very important thing is your ease of working with data. Yeah? So let's look at that. And as we have seen, data has emerged as the lifeblood of modern business. And your ability to work with data, make sense out of data, therefore becomes extremely important. So let's talk about 2 or 3 very important aspects HR professionals need to consider when you work with data. Number 1 is, before you embark on a journey like this, prioritize the development of a data-driven culture within HR, which means you have to primarily digitize. Yeah? A lot of your HR functions need to get into a technology-based system so that you get data out of it for working on it. So that's number 1. Number 2 is you have to work with very clear KPIs and goals. If you do not have KPIs and goals, data has no meaning, right? So the second aspect when you move towards a data-driven culture in your organization is to establish very clear KPIs and goals. And number 3 is what you do with KPIs and goals when you do not have an evaluation or a monitoring mechanism. The third one is to put an evaluation and a monitoring mechanism in place so that it cultivates the habit of regularly reviewing, regularly comparing, and then upscaling and pushing your benchmarks as you go ahead. Okay, so these are a couple of steps which you need to do when you work with data. So I'm going to talk to you about an organization which basically embarked on a data-driven HR decision model long ago, which is Google. So Google basically worked on something called as a Project Oxygen. Yeah? So Project Oxygen basically was a data-driven HR culture where they took decisions only based on hard facts. So the HR, so any decision which HR wanted to take, they wanted to run a training program, they wanted to implement something new, the board and the HR panel asked them, show me data, why? So what Google did is they did an extensive survey of about 10,000 managers and then collected varied data based on which they took decisions in terms of what training, in terms of whom to promote, where do somebody go in terms of succession planning, in terms of moving people. All this was based on hard data, and the Google committee which approved these did not accept any decisions if they were not able to see supporting data behind it. So Google said, and Google being a technology company, probably it was easy for them to kind of work in that space. But then they set the trend, and probably one of the factors which led to a great success for Google is this. They really practice a data-driven HR approach, okay? So let's look at a couple of things. One is, what happens if you use a data-driven HR approach? Number one is easy, improve decision making, right? When you have HR, as I rightly said, your decisions are all backed by data. So it's much easier. Increased efficiency. By leveraging data to optimize HR processes, you can reduce time and resources spent on inefficient and ineffective activities. Number three is enhanced transparency. Nobody can come and ask you why was A promoted, why was somebody given 6% increment and I got only 4%. You have hard facts to support you, right? So that becomes, so your entire HR processes becomes very transparent. So that's another great takeaway. And then there is also a very stronger alignment with business goals, because business goals are all numbers, right? You have your business plan has numbers, your sales plan has numbers. So if you want to align your HR goals into business goals, okay? The easiest way you can align is through numbers, right? You want to increase your sales, I will increase my engagement, right? Deal. So this is how, we say that I will increase my engagement percentage from currently 60% to 65%. So that is what I would do to ensure that you are able to increase sales, right? So we should also start talking numbers, and putting this basic data structure and the data thing in place tremendously helps if you do that. So, the other thing is, the minute you start talking data, you will have better alignment across functions, across departments, even between employees in terms of making sense out of initiatives driven by you, okay? And lastly, I don't have to really say this, the minute you start driving HR using data, it definitely gives you a competitive advantage, okay? Now, there are 5 things which we need to quickly speak when we speak about driving HR decisions on data, right? Number one is you have to look at what data, right? You can't just take any kind of data and then decide. So identify 10 or 12 key metrics which you want to use in human resource for taking decisions. Start small, say that I'm going to use these 10 different metrics which gets generated in your payroll, gets generated in your HRMS, gets generated out of your time and attendance. It's there, it's available. So try using them as one, and decide on that. At a strategy level or at a planning level, say that I'm going to use this 10 or 12 data points when I am going to take decisions. That's a very easy decision to make. So that's number one. And number two is quality, right? There's a lot of junk which gets created. Let's all put our hats and tell how much of us can 100% say that your HR data in your organization is clean. Okay, in the last 32 years of my HR experience, in the last 15 years of implementing systems, the major challenge when you walk into any organization is quality of data, right? There's syntax errors and all kinds of stuff. So you need to maintain clean, correct data, and you need to put data process things in place to ensure that happens, right? Number three is analysis. Okay, do you have analytical tools? Do you have a BI tool? Do you have a dashboard generation tool? Because you need to make sense out of the data, right? So that becomes an extremely important point. And also the ability to interpret. As I basically said, as HR professionals, we need to develop the ability to look at data and make sense out of it. Okay, there is an issue with this department because there is an issue with engagement. And so we should be able to correlate and connect various unconnected things and then make sense out of it using data, right? And that is a skill we need to develop. And we need to learn from finance professionals and other professionals the skill of correlating data and then coming to inferences in terms of what is happening because of what, yeah? And the other one is, of course, as I said, leveraging HR in terms of taking decisions effectively and efficiently, right? So I'm going to quickly talk about areas in HR where you could use data, right? So number one is very, very easy, is recruitment, right? So Procter & Gamble basically implemented a data-driven hiring process to optimize the talent acquisition strategy. They used psychometric assessment, structured interviews, case studies in the recruitment process to gather data on candidate skills, knowledge, and potential. And this data was then analyzed to predict candidate performance. So they created clones, they looked at the best performing employee, and then they took that data and they looked at, okay, what was the assessment score of this best performing employee when we hired him? So, and they kind of benchmarked it and then tried to take people similar to a successful performer when they're hired. And that's one key reason for P&G's success. And P&G really believes in recruitment at the entry level. They very rarely do lateral recruitment. So they were very, very careful in hiring the right people, and they used data very efficiently. And the other function where data is can be used as performance management. Performance is all numbers, right? Why did he get 4.3? Why did I get 4.2? Right? We have these conversations when employees come and thumb the desk and ask you this. What did he do well that you gave him 4.3 and you've given me 4.2? It's numbers, right? So it's a great way to start, working on numbers and working on data in your performance management function. So RAB worked with the leading bank in Oman recently, and we did an assessment of branch managers using the bank's competency framework. And the results were correlated with performance and target achievement. And then we came out with a model where we could link certain competencies which basically leveraged and pushed certain results. And then we recommended to the bank to basically institutionalize and work more on training programs to ensure those competencies are increased in the other branch managers. And that work is still going on. Maybe next year I can tell you to what extent they were able to kind of do it. Another very recent example is RAB worked with an FMCG manufacturing company where we helped them develop a robust organization structure by looking at talent data. What we did is we took 7 competencies and then we analyzed all the senior employees using several lenses. We looked at behavioral aspects, cognitive aspects, 360 relationship aspects, and then based on that we compared the candidates against that success formula competency framework, and also looked at benchmarking data. How is that particular industry doing when it comes to talent, talent bench strength? And then we have given them some very key areas where there is an issue with succession, okay? Do they have the right people to come to a particular level? So we have, in fact, as we speak today, there's a presentation happening to the board of directors by my colleague, where we are presenting very hard facts to the board to say that this is how your talent strength is today, yeah? So you decide on what you want to do. Whom do you want to groom, and where do you want to kind of recruit from outside? The board is being presented with facts using numbers, yeah? So this is another area where you could really look at data. The other one is, again, employee engagement and retention. Again, it generates a lot of data, whether you do your Gallup surveys, you do your Hay surveys, it generates a lot of data, and you need to very intelligently use the data in terms of what you can do with that. And another key area where you can use data is learning and development by analyzing performance data, by looking at gap analysis, by putting the right training in place. We should be able to really leverage right amount of training in the L&D function. And last but not the least, workforce planning, yeah? So by having the right people in the right role, by analyzing employee demographics, performance data, attrition rates, we can predict future workforce needs and develop strategies to meet these requirements. A manufacturing company, as a case study, a manufacturing company in Lebanon was facing productivity issues, and they looked at data and they could kind of come to some correlation in terms of underperforming departments had higher rate of absenteeism and lower rate of engagement, yeah? So they could very easily put OD interventions to ensure that these things are taken care of. So it's data, working with data does have challenges, and as I basically said, The most important challenge is data quality, and we just need to work on it. And number two is data privacy and security. We all feel, any data can be shared with anybody. In fact, as far as Oman is concerned, Oman has a data privacy law, which gives very detailed guidelines on retaining and transmitting personal information, and all HR professional needs to be extremely aware of it. You need to run programs and training courses to ensure that what can you tomorrow, you could be pulled up for violating the data privacy law. So there is a regulation, very, very strict data regulation on data privacy law, which Oman has implemented, and all HR data needs to be kind of used and managed in compliance with the law. Three, data literacy and analytical skills. I spoke about it. How to use data, what to use data, etc. is going to be very, very important in future, right? My earlier speaker spoke about things moving to Web3 very soon, and we will have digital avatars of employees doing onboarding programs, right? If you do not have the basic skill of working with data, it's going to be very daunting and challenging, yeah? So we need to ensure that our employees are digitally skilled. You need to have a digital a digital learning, a digital officer or a digitization person in every HR department whose basic job is to ensure that what do I digitize next, yeah? And if you do not do that, you'll be left behind, yeah? And the last one is, organizational culture and mindset. Unless and until that culture sets in and everybody has the mindset to work with data, it's going to be very challenging. This is, again, another very important aspect which we need to consider. We all have come from the ERP culture, right? Yeah, everything is in one large system. We may not like certain, functionalities. We may like some functionalities, but our IT says, no, everything has to be in one database, okay? This is not true anymore. Today you have fantastic connectivity technologies. You can connect any system to any system. Two disparate systems can talk to each other, right? There are APIs. There are, several other new technologies which has come, which ensures you to connect data, right? So what we basically need is a very good data integration platform, which can report and analyze data and can collate information from various disparate sources and will be able to help you make sense out of anything lying anywhere. Yeah? So we represent a tool called a Splash BI, very similar to Power BI, which basically ensures organizations to integrate and present data. The last one is, as I rightly said, okay, you should be able to confidently walk into your board and then speak about ROI on investments which you have made in these technology spaces, and should be able to prove that this has resulted in this. Yeah. So that confidence comes only when we basically work with data, right? And it goes without saying that organizations which invest in data commit and commit to continuous improvement are the best positioned to increase and to be successful in competition. We have seen several Fortune 500 companies, if you go back, they would have a very, very strong data-driven HR structure, okay? So I'm available on LinkedIn. We can have more conversations. I regularly publish, I regularly write on these subjects. So if we want to stay connected, please feel free to scan the QR code and connect with me on LinkedIn. So happy to again be in the OER Business Summit. This is our 7th year in which we are working with the team. It's been a great experience. I've seen the entire quality of conversations go up over the last many, many years. Congratulations to the team. And thank you very much. We have a very interesting panel discussion coming up. Stay and enjoy the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. Venkatesh, for that insightful presentation. Can you please have a big round of applause for him? So he is also going to be moderating the panel, which I'm very excited to hear about, because it's going to be covering a lot of things that directly all of us feel in terms of the HR part of it. So it's been a topsy-turvy year, I think, in the last 2 years, and this panel is going to be discussing a year of redefining work, workforce, and everything that goes in between. So Venkatesh, I'm going to leave the stage back to you.
Good afternoon again. The panel discussion today is a very, very interesting panel discussion on 2023 as a year. Yeah, we have come through very difficult phases of years. We had the pandemic, the after effects of pandemic. We had the geopolitical issues, which is still going on. So what does this mean to human resources? What does this mean to all of us is what we are going to kind of look at. Okay, so there's going to be a little bit of homework in a lot of our panel discussions. It's not just the panel, we also involve the audience. Yeah, so I'm going to show you something on the screen, and I'm going to ask you a question while I introduce the panel members, right? Can I have the thing on the screen? So you would get a QR code. Please scan the QR code and answer this question, right? How would you describe the year 2023 in one word? You know, we are almost 4 or 5 months. What's your feel of 2023? Okay, scan the QR code. It'll open up an app, and then just one word. Don't write long sentences. Just one word. How do you describe 2023 in one word? Continue doing that work while I introduce the participants. Okay. Today we have 5 very distinguished panelists in the panel today. The first one to come on stage is Haifa Abdul Ali Al-Lawati, Chief Human Resource Officer and Board Secretary at Bank Niswa. Haifa, please come on stage. She has 25 years of experience, played a key role in building the HR department from scratch. Haifa led various digitization, automation, e-learning and employee engagement projects. She's also a board member of the HR committee at the Oman Banking Association and CBFS. She has received several awards, including the GCC HR Leadership Award, Women in Islamic Finance Award, and very, very happy to have you, Haifa. Yeah. The next person who's coming on stage comes with a very, very different knowledge set and experience. Murali Sundar, who's the CEO of National Detergents Company, comes with 27 years of valuable experience in the FMCG industry. He's going to represent the manufacturing side in today's panel discussion. Diverse areas of business and management. He currently, throughout his career, he has worked with broad ranges of consumer segments and geographies. And an entrepreneur at heart, Murali embraces the value of making a difference, leadership, resourcefulness, gratitude, and family. So happy to have you, Murali, in the panel today. The third one on stage today is Fateh Al-Hajri, the current HR Director of Ahli Insurance. Fateh, please come on stage while I introduce you. Yeah, she's there. She comes with 24 years of experience in the insurance sector. Her areas of expertise include administration, HR planning, and strategy. She holds a bachelor's degree in business administration from Majan University with a focus on HR management. She has also been recognized for her high performance and leadership in the HR department with certificates of appreciation. Fateh, welcome on stage. Thank you. Yeah. The next to come on stage is somebody with whom I've had a very interesting working relationship. Sharifa Al-Balushi comes with 16 years of experience. Sharifa, please walk to the stage while I introduce you. She serves as the group head of human capital excellence at the Zubair Corporation. Zubair is a very large corporation with 10,000 plus employees. She has worked earlier as senior HR director for a group of 6 companies within the Zubair Investment Group. She has played a crucial role in leading significant human capital projects. She holds a master's degree in global human resource management from the University of Liverpool, UK, and a bachelor's degree in commerce and economics from Sultan Qaboos University, and she also has to accredit several HR certifications. Last but not the least, we have a very, very interesting, another completely different perspective she's going to bring to the panel. I'm very, very excited to invite Sangeeta Shankaran Sumesh. She's an independent director on corporate boards aiming to help business achieve their full potential by enabling, empowering, and elevating them. Drawing on her experience as the former executive director and chief financial officer at Dun & Bradstreet Technology, she brings a wealth of knowledge and table. She's a chartered accountant, she's a TEDx speaker, she's a best-selling author. She's also a professional certified coach with ICF certified coach, and also has credits of Harvard certifications when it comes to her education. So can we see the word cloud? Panel, just you get a mood of what the audience think about 2023 as most repeated word is the word hope. Yeah? So everybody is hoping that 2023 is a good year. And the other most repeated word is optimistic. Yeah? And there is optimism, not really sure. So hope and optimism, and ChatGPT seems to be another word which has been repeated more often. That's a surprise. It's a surprise for me. So hope and optimism seem to be the theme for this year, and I hope your own sentiments reflect that. Let's start with you. So what is your view on 2023? How would you describe 2023, and how is it different?
Is it audible?
Yeah, you can.
First of all, thank you for hosting me in this discussion. I'm really honored to be here. 2023 is a very challenging year. It's lots of stuff that going around. In fact, this morning they have touched base on many stuff, and starting with IT advancement and technology advancement, artificial intelligence, and the ChatGPT that is around, which it's already replaced many positions around the world. And there are like also more expectations. Many positions will be vanished, and many will be replaced in coming future. So it is needed people to keep reskilling themselves and upskilling themselves. It is also what was touched base this morning, and which I totally agree about. It is the climate change and the carbon emission that the worldwide it's looking into it, and looking into sustainability. So many organizations, many industries, many countries have put regulations into place and to try to be zero carbonate, and even Oman part of what is being announced around the world as well. Also, it is diversification and inclusion. It is one of the also hot topics that is being addressed around the world, and many countries are moving toward it. One more, it is about cyber securities, data protection, which you touched base in your session. Data security, it is one of the hot topic, and cyber attacks is been happening a lot. Even many companies are like moving toward cloud computing, but still they're addressing security issues. So it is like quite challenging year.
Great, yes, so many issues, so many things, so many fires to douse, yeah? Which fire to start with is a challenge. Murli, your perspective on 2023.
Okay, my perspective starts with, I see this year to be a big year of transitioning, not early transitioning, but a little advanced transitioning. If you look at major factors like technology, there's going to be an acceleration of technology. Workplaces, they call as augmented workplace. So you're not going to work only with humans, you're going to work with machines. More and more as you keep moving forward. That'll be one of the key transitioning that will be happening. The second key thing would be in supply chain, which you have touched, and also I saw on the panel before that we're touching about supply chain. Also linked with inflation. So companies are going to look at exposures to be a bigger, different game. So just in time could probably make a revisit to the corporate world as we're moving forward. Then sustainability. Earlier, sustainability used to be an excuse in a strategy. Now it's probably getting the center stage in terms of strategy. So companies are building everything around ESG. So that's one big transitioning that we will be seeing forward. With the advent of technologies, we are also going to see from consumer space a lot of change in terms of how do you track or monitor or follow the journey of the consumers. So earlier, you had house panels, retail panels, and things like that, where you collect data after a month or so, and then it gets worked on statistics and then gets presented. Now, probably we'll have virtual data, which we can keep tracking on a regular basis, which then makes your marketing game a little more agile and fast-paced. The last, from my point of view, is the talent challenge. Because with this change happening, there are going to be both reskilling and upskilling required. Because organizations are going to change the way they work. Roles may probably not exist anymore, what you're currently doing. There could be change in roles, or the way you've been doing things will be changing. So there's going to be, while a lot of talented people coming on one side, but then the other side, you need to develop a lot of talented people so that you maintain the human side of organizations. So that will be another big transitioning that I see.
Absolutely. In fact, I recently heard this term called as digital humanism. Okay, how can you be more human when you're implementing digital technology? And Murli, you spoke about it. Sangeeta, your views. You come from a global perspective. You come from the larger Asia region. So how do you see 2023?
Right. Thank you. It's a pleasure being here amongst all of you. And to answer your question, I look at 2023 as a year of transformation, a year of comeback, and a year of skilling. Why transformation? Like most of you rightly said, it's the chat GPT and AI and stuff like that. But also an important aspect is the security threat. Now that we are moving towards digitization, how secure are your systems? Because a lot of frauds happen online, right? So how secure is your digital platform? So that's something very key. And therefore, I see businesses focusing more from a security aspect, the security threat aspect. So that's the year of transformation, according to me. The year of comeback, I say, because after the pandemic, a lot of businesses have suffered. And 2023 is a great opportunity for businesses to grow, to scale, and to be the leader in their domains. So therefore, look at it as a year of comeback. I mean, to give you examples, look at the travel industry. Yes, look at the hotel industry. And a lot of businesses are wanting to come back and thrive again. So it is going to be a year of comeback. And last but not the least is a year of skilling. When I say skilling, it's not just with the people. People, yes, of course, you have to skill yourself if you want to be in the game. But more importantly, for businesses, they need to sharpen their skills, ensure that they are on top of the game if they want to be market leaders and get more market share in the business. And therefore, to see how you're engaging with your customers, how exactly you're catering to the needs of your customers, that's going to be a key differentiating thing, is my perspective.
I know what you're saying is right. People are coming back with a vengeance. People are traveling with a vengeance. People are shopping with a vengeance. And business should really make use of it and bounce back. Sharifa, your thoughts?
My pleasure to be here.
Keep it close. I think it's working. Yeah.
It's working?
Keep it close.
So it's my pleasure to be with you today. Just to answer your questions, I look to 2023 as a year full of challenges that turn to be an opportunities at the end of the day. So my thinking is that most of the HR professionals currently may already faced the ongoing changes on the workforce. And that's due to different factors. Automations could be one of them. Remote working cultures is also one of them. So HR professionals found themselves, they need to adapt to those by changing their recruitment, training, and retention practices and strategies to remain competitive with the evolving of the landscapes in the labor markets. And also, in addition to that, they also adapted and changed their policies and their retention programs in order to be more inclusive toward the workplace aspects. In terms of the technology, I found them that they are more toward the keeping themselves up to date with the cybersecurities, data privacy, to protect the employees' data, to be relevant and competitive with the relevant regulations that we have here. Most of them also using the artificial intelligence as well as the analytics in order to drive their make decisions as well as streaming their line process. That's what I look at in general for the 2023.
So you feel technology
is playing
plays
a,
a very important role?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Fatia, your views?
Thank you. 2023 seems to be a good year. Post-COVID, it is a recovery phase on a better side and very positive outlook for Oman. Sure, there will be a lot of challenges. There will be a lot of challenges, especially on as per Arabic economic, that Oman economic expected to increase by 5.7%, and as per the World Bank's Oman economy expect to Oman be like one of the fastest economic growing economic on projected by among the 6 GCC countries by 4.3% on projected growth.
Oh, that's very interesting statistics.
Yeah.
So that's what 2023 is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Hope, optimism, and as Sangeeta said, issues in terms of data privacy and security. So let's move on to the next aspect, because today we wanted to cover 360-degree on all aspects of human resources, on how 2023 looks like. So Sharifa, the next question goes to you. So how has your organization design aspects changed post-COVID? Are you looking at how you are organizing your department? Are you using more consultants? Are you using more remote workforce? So has your organization design principles changed? Or does it remain the same?
I think there is a main kind of changes, and one of the changes is shifting from the toward the flexible and agile structure, and that's involved breaking down all the traditional hierarchy and moving toward empowering the working toward the teams as well as individually. The other shift that I can see, it's more toward, there is a growing toward the digital communications and collaboration tools. There is emphasis also in the employees' well-being and the work-life balance aspects. That's the way that I see it. Yeah.
Great. This would definitely ensure or mean that our design principles are going to change.
Exactly. Beside even the technology aspects, now everyone is moving toward the from a traditional training aspects to the online library to develop their career path, and also most of them are using the technologies to streamline all the organization's process, to make it more effective. So that's basically the changes that I can see. Yeah.
Murli, your views, because manufacturing is considered to be a very traditional industry. So is there a change?
Okay, see, from my perspective, yes, the organizations will have to keep changing the structure and design based on the purpose and the objectives that they set. But by and large, what is expected now, which I'm also trying to do in the structure, is to create a structure where I have a set of people who look at external facing and a set of people look at internal facing, so that you increase the focus on what you do outside your or company, in the sense markets. How do you interact with your stakeholders externally, and how do you interact with your stakeholders internally? So this gives a little more focus, and in terms of go deep down in terms of structuring everything correctly. The second key thing that's happening from my perspective, and which I'm also trying to look at in our organization, is technology is in every field, in every function. So can IT be a separate function and outside the other functions? Or IT should be embedded within each function? And do I need to develop capacities within the existing teams, or I need to add capacities so that I'm more flexible? Because today, if I need a report, I ask the finance team for a report, and then they speak to the IT person, and then the report comes from the IT person. So this is something which I think the organizations should kind of start relooking at, changing how we do it. Then comes innovation. So every organization needs to innovate today, and the rate of innovation is going to be faster. So do you leave it to, be a process innovation, product innovation, formulations, or marketing? Everything will have certain innovations coming in. So do you leave it to one particular team to handle? Again, the same thing. So how do you build capacities? So this will become the third thing. The fourth one, I call it distributed leadership, which is now when you're going to have organizations so decentralized and everything becoming self-sufficient within the functions, then you need to also kind of have leadership which is distributed. You cannot centralize the leadership at one end. So these are some of the changes that will lead the design of organizations to keep changing in the next few years.
Great, great. Haifa, I'm very keen to hear you because banks have undergone tremendous change. Branches have become very small. In fact, I have not gone to a bank for doing my transaction for the last 6 months. Yeah. So how has this changed the way you design organizations and banks? Okay. Has it undergone a change with the consumer habits of doing everything digital coming in?
Banks are very advanced in IT, in technology, and they're very into the latest, what is it in the market. So our strategy in the bank is digitalization. And anything that comes like a trend in the industry, we follow. So we also opened up digital branch, and that helps our clients to, to have faster and easy transactions. We upskill our employees continuously, and IT employees having the priority into that. And not only IT, even different departments, they do upskills themselves, and we bring the latest technology in place. So if you can notice that not only the systems, we also focus on the cybersecurity, and we bring the right talents. But we do have other challenges in place. We lose a lot of our employees. Our employees go for our competitors, or they go for the either the same industry or different industries. We really find it's a bit difficult, but we try to balance by continuous upskilling our employees and continuously be on the top of the market.
Fatia, what about you? How has insurance industry changed when it comes to this particular thing?
COVID was a game changer. So with work from home becoming the new normal. So what we thought will be negative impact in 2 years of COVID turned out to be a big positive for us. So at Al Ahliya, we all back to office, but on flexible basis. So that brought a good work-life balance for most of our staff. So I think that shift is not that's a big shift, not only for Al Ahliya, I think but for everyone else.
Oh yeah. So work from home, flexible
exactly
hours is also changing the way you design your organization.
Exactly.
So moving to the next important function in human resource, which is recruitment and resourcing. Okay, how has that space changed, and is it different post-pandemic and especially 22-23? Okay, what are your resourcing challenges, Sharifa?
Well, I still think there is a competition on that talent pool because, we have many industries competing for the same pool of talents. And I think the best way to do that or to overcome or mitigate the risk behind it is just to create a kind of attractive compensation and benefits aspects, creating the employer branding aspect that work toward the culture itself, marketing the values, visions, and missions of the company. So that's one of the things, and I still believe that there's still a shortage of talent for certain kind of skills related to the AI currently, and as well as machinery reporting. So I think all those kind of challenges are still there. It's already existed before, and it's still continue to be going on, but the way that the organization now acting toward solving and mitigating the risk behind this is more matured currently.
Okay. Yeah. Haifa, banking is considered to be a high-paying industry. The general perception is very easy to hire people. So is that true, or is 2023 looking very, post-COVID looks very different to you?
Yeah, post-COVID, indeed, it looks different. We do have lots of challenges by keeping our employees in. We lose them not only for the similar industry, we lose them to other industries as well. And it is kind of, as Sharifa said, is a talent world. So it is very tough. And we try to create unique culture in our organization that keep our employees in and empower them, give them right tools, create proper diversification, inclusion in place. But still it is tough, it's not easy. The problem also we are facing in the diversification inclusion that we have very transparent systems in place in the recruitment, and we do have fairness in the system. So we hire in the entrance level right proportion of the females and male. But unfortunately, the higher the scaling they go, the lesser the female employees are in. And they are like due too many reasons. Some of them are even cultural reasons that still the dominance are for the male. And some of them from the female employees that they are hesitant to take higher level of positions or due to their different challenges that they get. So they are like having pauses into their career ladder. So in banks, yeah, we have all different sets of challenges, and even though we pay high, but we also do lose good number of our employees. And, but we try our level best to keep them and create that unique culture that attract and keep us employer of choice.
Yeah, true. So employer of choice is very important. So another aspect which everybody speaks post-pandemic is about skills. Yeah, the entire industry is moving from competencies and education to skills. So Sangeeta, this question is to you. Okay, how are you seeing this concept of reskilling really happening? There are a lot of people who say that reskilling beyond a point is not possible. You'll have to tell people to go home. Yeah. So is that true? In your opinion, you have seen several industries. Is reskilling really workable for everybody?
Right. It's a great question. So let me start off with something. You know, a few years ago, I had been to Glasgow in Scotland. And when I walked around the streets of Glasgow, there were these huge buildings that said, "People make Glasgow." And I thought that's so true. Like, tell me, in Oman, there are so many expatriates. Why? Because Oman people are really nice. They're warm and friendly. So it's the people who make a country, and similarly, it's the people who make the business. So if a business has to succeed, the people have to be really skilled. So you are already skilled, and if you need to be on top of things in your business, in your domain of expertise, you need to keep reskilling and upskilling yourself, you know, in line with what is required. Like even the digitization part of it is in line with, because the world is moving towards digitization. And therefore, you don't have a choice if you need to be in the race, right? So therefore, reskilling is essential. It depends on what your customer needs. If your customer needs something to be done in a particular manner, you must be in a position to cater to that and deliver to those requirements. And that's where I think reskilling becomes a lot important and essential to be in the game.
Okay, Murli, your critical views on, is reskilling really possible with everybody, or would it really work? You're talking about several generations of people, right?
Yeah, reskilling works, but as you said, it does definitely have a limitation from a corporate side if you really look at it. I've had experiences in my past, one of the companies that I'd worked. At a point of time, we felt that the current level of employees don't have the competencies to move the organization to the next level. So you are with a choice between either asking everybody to leave or to carry on with everybody by training them. Now then there is a time and cost, right? So the organization cannot work on eternity to kind of eternally to keep increasing the skill level. So we need to draw a line. So what we did was we actually identified the entire set of people who we think are not able to move forward. And then we organized certain training programs for them for a period of 3 to 6 months. Then we did a re-interviewing process for these candidates, whether they fit into the new system or not. And then those who passed were moved to the new system. Then those who did not do well, they were put again on a 3-month more training, and then we moved. And then we had to anyway get at least 30-35% of the people to go. But that's, see, the point is when you're reskilling, the current organization requires certain set of reskilling. We cannot do everything, right? Because you're moving in a direction and therefore that is required. So probably there has to be a larger ecosystem which addresses this reskilling need of employees for them to get employed in various other companies. So within a corporate structure, there's only certain room and certain level of progress that's possible with reskilling.
Okay, yeah, interesting views. Lamia, can I have the next Slido question? This is for the audience, but while I ask the question. Are you happy the way currently performance management is managed in your organization? Yeah? Say happy or unhappy, right? We just want to check the mood, because the next question is moving into performance. Just scan the QR code, the question will come up, just poll it while we ask this question. So the question is to Sharifa. So how mature is the PMS process in your organization? And how well have you integrated it with pay, rewards, and recognition? You can be candid, say it's still work in progress, or we are very modern. So where are you with pay and performance?
It's quite challenging questions, actually, because as we go, we need to improve in the performance management system. But I'm confident I can say that Zubair Group, now currently, we are having more than 7,000 staff under 8 sectors. And each sector has a variety of businesses, from educations to petroleum industry to the automations to the other sectors as well. So we have a variety of businesses, and we need to ensure that we have a very systematic way in introducing the rewards and recognition system. I'm confident quite a little bit in terms of that we are in a well-shaped currently in terms of the rules, regulations, guidelines, the policies itself. We do have a very fair kind of matrix and formulas to calculate the bonus. So most of the people today, they can calculate their own kind of bonus by the end of the year. And to that kind of extent of the transparency we are in terms of the recognitions and rewards. The only challenge that we need to still develop is about how people are evaluating their line reportees, direct reportees, because the culture is always trying to avoid conflict, and that's the challenge here. We have trying to mitigate the risk behind it by providing more than 3 workshops to all line managers and head HODs across the sectors that we have. Around how to set the right KPIs, how to provide the conduct and feedbacks and constructive feedbacks to the employees. But as we go, I think that kind of awarenesses and training needs to be on the plan and in the journey itself. In general, I think we are in a good shape. Looking to the last 3 years, we are still shaking, but as we go, I think there is a level of improvement. Yeah.
Great. What are your opinions on this, Fatia?
Yeah, I remember in 2000 we used to do our performance appraiser manually on papers. The result was same as now in terms of reward and pay, but I think the issue is not a system. The issue is the process that companies follow with their employees. So at Al Ahliya, we have very efficient performance management system and fully integrated to the pay and reward. So, and also we have clearly defined the performance management system, performance management process, and performance rating for our employees based on how and what. So employees is not enough that he achieved his target on what. the more important is that to know that how he achieved those targets. So the how and what both are very important to driving the result and ensuring that bringing the right culture in the business.
Oh, so how and what, and then each of them are kind of rewarded.
They have equal weight, 50% on what and 50% on what.
While we were speaking, the pedometer was moving up and down, so the unhappy overtook the happy at some stage, and that's what I was seeing. It was a very interesting shift. So primarily, we have seen that majority of the audience feel that it's not properly linked. Yeah, that brings us into the next question, leads us to the next question to Sangeeta. Could you share some best practices organizations can follow when it comes to linking pay to performance? Generally, the people are not happy. Yeah, again, we are talking about data, right? We're speaking of hard evidence.
Absolutely, yeah.
So what are a couple of best practices which organizations can follow so that we don't finally result in a situation like this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, apart from being a business and leadership coach, I'm also an objectives and key results coach, and I think OKR, or the objectives and key results, is a great way to measure performance, because that again has the data, it's measurable metrics, and that speaks for itself. So there's no really haggling with your, the boss to say how the appraisal has to go. And therefore, I think objectives and key results can be a great way to measure the performance and link the appraisal to it. So for example, what I would suggest is, once a particular team has achieved their key results, whatever that has been tasked to them, a percentage of the bonus can be allocated to the team and then divided further between the team members to say who has contributed the most, and have some set of parameters that are measurable and people who have achieved those metrics. So I think that can be a great way and a good way to replace the bell curve and stuff like that, to be more fair, honest and transparent, and it has the data, so there's no bias and it's linked directly to the performance.
Murli, your thoughts? You're running a large organization, so.
Okay. See, one of the key challenges that we actually face is clearly defining performance metrics for all functions alike. It's easier to do for your sales team. It may be relatively easier to do for a marketing team. Then how do you do for HR? How do you do for your finance teams? Production, you can still set production targets, but is it the right metrics to do? So this is one major area where I find the problem. And therefore, when you do an increments or performance, when you decide on how much to pay for a particular person or a performance, then you end up using a lot of judgment as well into it. So to ensure that is cut, I think the teams will have to involve and arrive at clear-cut metrics. That's one of the key things on every function. It is possible to quantify every function, because at the end of the day, everything dovetails to your overall objective of the organization, which by and large, apart from purpose, is expressed in numbers. Absolutely. So that's one of the key things that we need to do. The second one is there are new concepts which are coming in, which something like flexible compensation systems. Like, for instance, if a person wants the education for the child to be taken care of, then can you make your compensation slightly different so you give a little weight?
System, yeah,
something like that. So these are some of those things which could also then, you can be flexible and say, okay, you perform like this, then we will, kind of provide for these things. Then most of the jobs are done in cross-functional teams and small teams. Now, how are these accounted for? Because at the end of the day, probably in most of the cases, the most vocal person takes away the credit. And then he probably gets away the better of the pay for performance. So, but then can we have a system to reward the whole team? And then how do you kind of link it to their, pay structures and things like that? So a lot of these changes, but at the core of everything is how transparent you are with your performance management system.
Sure.
How fair you are and how consistent you are.
Fair and transparency is the key.
And consistency. Yeah. So these are key things which then will make everything work. Because if I know why I'm getting what I'm getting, I'm okay. If I don't know, then I have a problem.
Yeah, great. Yeah. I have just extending this question. Yeah. It's very controversial when it comes to bonuses, and the variable pay aspect is always quite difficult to manage. So what are your thoughts on how things are when it comes to incentives and bonuses currently? How are you managing it? What are your thoughts on performance versus incentive and bonuses?
Again, it's all started from being very clear from the beginning, setting goals. So it starts from having the right strategy in place and the right balance scorecard for the executive team, that it gets cascaded down to the teams, and setting the right SMART goals. They should be measurable, achievable, clear, should be clear from the beginning. So people know their expectation and their desired outcome, what should be. And there should be consistent meetings from the line manager, and should be transparent processes in place. So if all these chains of processes are transparent and you create a culture pay for performance, and you address the performance issue at the right time, and you help your employees, provide them the right tools to upskill themselves and to know where the shortfalls are. So bonuses then become an easy part of it, easy monitoring. Bonuses is the outcome of the all previous processes that are properly set in place, a transparent system in place. So when you come and distribute your bonuses, these are should be based on performance. So again, as I've said, culture of pay for performance should be in place. So who perform well should expect that it will be priced for that. Who doesn't perform well, he will be from the beginning expecting what he will be receiving.
Okay.
Can I add something here? I mean, I think it's very important that performance of individual linked to the company performance as well, because as I believe that most of the organizations struggling after COVID, and not everyone is
alignment.
Yeah, exactly. True. So the employees will gonna have higher expectations whether the company are progressing well or not. So if we are not linking that from the beginning, the people will just assume that they deserve for that kind of bonuses. So that's the clarity that should be done from the beginning.
True, absolutely. Yeah. So I have, just moving away from performance and pay, I have a question for Fatea, okay? Again, speaking about development, is there any interesting national development program you're currently running? Because again, skill development is a major step. Is there very briefly, we have very limited time, so very briefly, is there any national development program which you're running, which you want to share with the audience?
Yeah, so one of the focus area and very important area is training and development for our employees. And it is also part of our succession plan. So since we are now everyone going through digital, so we have e-learning, which the e-learning system, which all employees, they have access to the system. But since you ask me only for the local employees, so now as you know that we are all insurance company sector under CMA. So CMA, they have introduced a Tamkeen program for all insurance company. And we as a company, we encourage our employees to attend the same.
Okay, yeah. So technical insurance qualification program. Exactly. Sharifa, what about Zubair? Any specific national development programs?
Yeah. For the national, beside the upskilling them in the soft skills and technical skills, we have developed many initiatives toward that, like GOLD, LEAD, and HIMMA, which is the Human Capital Impact Mobilization and Advancements, managerial advancements. And those are a program that have been, it's more than a program for our trainees. It's like creating and empowering Omani talents to seek for leadership roles in the future. And we have utilized them as a kind of change management agents to drive the HR strategies among the sectors. And they have helped us a lot on that kind of extent. So.
Okay, that's a very different approach. So since there's lack of time, I'll have to skip a few questions. So while this is a very interesting question, my earlier speaker spoke about the Zoomers and Generation Z. The new generation of people who are coming into into employment. So can you, Lamia, can you put the audience question while I'm asking? So the question is to the audience is, do you agree that the new generation of employees who are below 25 years of age needs to be managed differently? That's your question? Say yes or no. The question for the panelists, what difference do you see in young employees in your organization, okay? In terms of their work culture, engagement and commitment to work. Okay, Sangeeta. Yeah, very briefly, what difference do you see? Is there a difference or no?
I would like to answer it a little differently. So the younger generation, they love instant gratification. They don't want any pressure or stress, and they have lesser commitments. They don't want to be committed to anything. Exactly. So how does one combat that? Giving them purpose, meaning, clarity, and creating psychological safety, wherein you help them to deliver their best and create a win-win for both the organization and themselves.
Yeah, Haifa? Yeah.
Yeah, there is quite a good difference between the young employees and older generations. They are less tolerant. They want to climb the ladder much faster. They are less loyal. They can leave the organization for a simple raise, little higher in the career ladder. But they are very smart kids. They are smart in technology. They want to improve the processes by using latest technologies and artificial intelligence. These differences quite good because it drives us to the modern marketplace. And organizations should adapt this, and the differences between all the generations and then younger should be such in a way that be handled to be absorbed, and so the both can mingle with each other and be adaptable to the modern marketplace.
In fact, interestingly, at home, one of my children just recently left a job, and you'd be very shocked to hear the reason, because they said, "Daddy, my office is asking me to come to office." So she quit the job because she was asked to come to office. So, I said, "What's wrong in asking you to come to office?" She said, "No, I don't want to go to office and work, so I'm quitting." So that's why I thought I'll put this question to see whether is this something which you guys are facing. What about you, Fateh? What's happening?
So the new generation, they are very ambitious and very keen focus on growth, but sometimes they get impatient and lots of judgment. But with the proper guidance, we will be able to channel their energy into something productive. By keeping them engaged with different in-house activities, that will help to create a positive energy of our employees. So I think being focused and ambitious are very important for the next generation.
True. Yeah. So we are coming to the last question. Since there's this question on performance. So one key point which you would want to advise organizations in terms of running a good performance management system, just one key point. Let's go in row. You could start with you, Haifa, okay? What should you do to ensure that you have a fair, transparent, good performance management system? One key point.
It should be a transparent process in place, and it should be fair. System should be fair and equitable.
Okay, so fair, transparent, and equitable is what, Murli, yes?
From my perspective, I think the organizational goal should dovetail until the end, so that everybody adds a brick to what you're trying to build. So that's extremely important if the system needs to work.
Alignment and purpose,
Yeah, so it should dovetail. So if I take a salesperson and if I take the head of production, then I should be able to somewhere see the link, why these things are like this. So that's very important from setting up a good incentive system possible. The other one is we should not be straitjacketed. and think incentives will have to be only cash and things like that. We need to look at multiple options. If possible, for different functions or different employees, we need to look at different ways of doing it. But what I currently see the organizations have is incentive budget is so much. You do this, you get 100 Riyal, you do this, you get 1,000 Riyal, and this is the structure. Now, maybe that will not work. Also, you spoke about the Zoomers, right? It's not going to work with that kind of incentive structure. We need to be open to look at multiple options in doing it.
Sangeeta, one advice on good performance management.
Like how a fish is good at swimming, you can't expect a fish to fly. So I say leverage on the strengths of your employees. I believe everybody is talented. Everybody has a talent in different form. So whatever is the best in your team member, get them to do that. So leverage on their strengths, so they are also interested in doing that, and the organization also benefits, and therefore their performance is at the peak.
Yeah, good, great, yeah.
For me, to have a very effective performance management system, you need to start with the clear communication, ongoing clear KPIs, ongoing feedback and coaching.
Feedback and coaching.
Exactly. Yeah. Link it to the training and development, and then to reward and recognize people. If you are focusing on these key areas, definitely you will get to drive your organization from better to the best.
Yeah, timely feedback is so very important. Yeah, yeah. Fatih?
We should always remember that our employees, they are the core to our success. And if any company has performance management system, the system should be user-friendly and linked to the employee job profile. Happy employees makes successful business. It's always a win-win situation between employees and the business.
Good. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the panel discussion and probably what's going to happen next, which is lunch. So thank you very much, panel members. I think we had a great discussion. Audience, please give them all a very, very big hand. Thank you for your thought leadership and contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the panelists and Mr. Venkatesh for this thought-provoking and incisive session. OER's Business Summit 2023 would not have been possible without the unflinching support of our partners, and on behalf of Oman Economic Review, I'd like to express our appreciation and thanks to each and every one of them. The endorsing partner for today's summit, Oman Banks Association, and the ITCA Group, our banking partner, Bank Dhufar, our associate partner, Dhufar Insurance, Infoline, Al-Izz Islamic Bank, Al-Ahliya, Minara from Arij Vegetable Oils and Derivatives, Al-Taman Indicil Ferrochrome, and Muscat Eye Laser Center. Official automotive partner, Changin Auto. Our knowledge partners, Rab HR and Simplify. Our Arabic media partners, Alam Al-Iqtisad, and our online media partners, OER Live. Last but not least, a big thanks to our speakers, our panelists, and our moderators. And I would also like to thank everyone who turned up and participated in today's event. We look forward to welcoming you again at OER's Business Summit in 2024. We request you to join us for lunch, and I'd like to remind everyone that post-lunch we will have a workshop on driving a high-performance culture for growth conducted by Ms. Sangeeta Shankaran, Chief Financial Officer turned Business and Leadership Coach, contributing to maximizing potential, performance, and profit. Now we invite you all to join that workshop, and lunch is now served. Good afternoon, and thank you for being with us.